had a late start. I think 2 casts in a row, but that's the hand I've been dealt, and so I apologize for coming to you belatedly yet again. But I'm gonna do my best with the game that we have. I need to step away from the keyboard for just a moment, so I'm gonna leave you with the title screen. Hopefully, I won't even bother muting the mic. But there is one thing I need to pick up really quick before I get started, and I apologize for not doing that sooner. So, see you guys in just a minute. Excuse me. Okay, where are my headphones? This is very much in the danger zone of being a bit like last week's stream, which I'm trying to avoid repeating. So, last week I was unbelievably tired. I'm coming to you late tonight because So the way promotions work at my workplace is there is a proper competition and you need to submit for it, and they don't announce them to sort of the broader group. It's more one of these things where you just need to be subscribed to the right alerts, and if you see something roughly resembling a promotion, the competition is open. So I'm out of the loop. I found out about this, I guess, 2 days ago, and my resume hasn't really been updated. I know I've been looking for work, but still, like, it's not it's not really all that up to date, and I could have really done better on it. And the number of questions, and just generally the number of hoops I had to jump through for the application was pretty nuts. So I sort of hit a point today where I was like, no matter what, I am getting this done. The deadline is close to midnight, but Pacific time. And so I decided, technically I could stream and get everything done. Still kind of have that window to get everything done in. But, there's any number of things that can happen between me, wanting to do that application and then sending it out. So I made the decision that I would, batten down the hatches. I would get the work done. I mean, it's 2 hours past when I normally wanted to start, so I wasn't kidding when I said that was a very elaborate job. But for those of you that care about the human being behind this stream, wish me luck, or alternatively, wish me a better employer. But enough of that. Now, I'm not 100% sure where I got this impression, but I think there might be a new patch coming out soon. But I also think it wouldn't have ever been on Monday. If anything, it'd be Tuesday. You know what? Let me just take a quick second here. I'm just heading to the Discord server, and the reason why I'm doing this right now is so that I can actually live it. I talk about supporting the developers, and part of the appeal of this game being the the community and the just the participation in the development of the game. But if I'm not taking the time myself to answer my questions as I go through the game, it's all well and I guess let me put it to you this way. If I keep talking about how great it is to interact with the game, and then I don't bother to answer a question like, "Hey, where did I get the idea that there might be a new patch?" you know, I should. I think that raises some questions about my commitment to it. So somebody at 8:40 tonight, so not too long ago, said, "Isn't tomorrow supposed to be the update date?" And heard Nary a peep over what's getting some love tomorrow, or did you have to push it back? Well, that's not true. Oh, hey, Brace Yourself was streaming this earlier today. That's really cool. Anyways, sorry. Let me catch up. Some point this month, and we're halfway through. There is going to be the Arsenal update. So dashing and melee improvements, missile weapons, more enemy variants. I'm thinking it's pretty likely that this will be the last session of this patch. So it would be in my interest to try and clear the province that we're in. And I had to, not exactly. Oh, what am I doing? I did sort of blunder through the last. Last stream. I was incredibly tired. I'm less tired now. I still didn't get a great sleep last night, but I'm not like completely running on empty. I felt really bad at the end of last week's stream because I know I didn't do a great job of it. But I will make it up to you by doing a good job today, hopefully. And one last thing that I am slightly alarmed by is I take a look at this build number. So 2021 121, but it says 2316. So whoever's working on this close to midnight, take care of yourself. I like your game a lot, but I'm going to enjoy your game a lot more if you're fresh and really, you know, taking care of yourself and getting enough sleep, giving yourself the marathon, not the sprint. Either way, we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna have fun with the patch that we have right now. But this might be our last session with the hit and run patch in favor of the Arsenal update. Avalian says, "Oh, so the pot is telling the kettle to sleep now." I did a much better job of getting sleep tonight, last night than I did last week. It's still not perfect, but it's better than it could have been, and I'm gonna take those small mercies. How you doing, Night Valian? I know this is a very manic start to the stream. I'm falling back into my old habits of taking 10 minutes before doing anything, but I don't know. I did want to. I wanted to at least get a little bit out of the way, and then I did have something to follow up on. So, our game plan for tonight: Brostland. I think probably. So level 8, 10. I don't think there's any smaller. Well, okay. So Isgot is about the same level. Oh, interesting. So 8, 10, 12. There's probably no 11. No, 10, 11. I mean, there is sort of an argument for us to do Brostland, Isgot, Malmland, and then just take out Bjorn. We have to take out Bjorn no matter what because it's adjacent to the capital district. And it makes a heck of a lot more sense than going through Brostland and then kind of Isgot, and then sort of running around the edge back into Bjorn. Although I guess we can sort of run across Malmland and laugh. But one way or the other, I think the way I can best handle this will be kind of connecting the dots like this, and then we just cross the border into Isgot. So, on to the outpost, Bedrock 97. Which of the Yakuza games are you on now, Night Valiant? I was watching your Micro Machines, but I'm not sure which in the series you've been enjoying. I too am playing with my big fancy vehicles. Zero and Kiwami are done. Going to for the third Kiwami 2. What is it with the naming conventions for that series? All right, I'm gonna have to try one of them someday. Assault. You can attempt to gain control of the structure by mounting an assault with your squad. Suit up. And I'm pretty sure we don't have any equipment that I want to equip, but let's just take a quick minute here. No real notifications. Tell you what. Oops. Here's what I'm going to do instead. I'm going to say let's ignore the the construction for this time round, but when it comes time for sort of a review, what I can do is I won't just look at the stuff that I salvage from this battlefield, but I can also take a look at what what alternatives I have inside of my existing setups. So, I should do a better job. There's a person who's been hired. Actually, I don't know if they're still looking, but I know there was an internship for writing at Brace Yourself recently. There's a human being that wrote this, and by golly, they're really nice in the Discord as well. So we're gonna read it all. Bedrock 97, outpost raid, smash and grab. Mission description, no intel available. Target description, a resupply point. They're often well guarded, and units are eager to call for reinforcements if attacked. Raids with retreat points allow for loot without having to eliminate all hostiles. Start combat, order the squad to move out. Starting combat, not available if no units are selected for the squad or selected units report critical issues. Starting combat. This is the point of no return. Make sure your squad is properly outfitted. Continuing would start the combat encounter. We have confirmed. No identification received. Targets closing in. Reinforcements needed. So 2 contacts on the field. It's a looting mission. And it doesn't look... Oh, next wave on turn 3. Okay. So if we can take them out quickly, we're going to have a great time. And if we fail to take them out quickly, we're probably going to get overwhelmed. And they move fast. Okay, that submachine gun's going to be a problem. One thing that's nice here is neither of them are using their shields. So I think I'm going to do the only thing I know how to do with a sniper. I realize I'm sort of shooting at them outside of the optimal range, but the idea here is to try and... Yeah, okay, well, that gives me a barrier for... I refuse to believe that's still 80. Okay, well... Fair enough. I realize I'm gonna wind up getting a little damage here. One thing I might be able to do differently is move my... Well, they're going to be putting up their shield for most of the time, it looks like. That works for me, though. Okay, so I want to try and protect my sniper if I can. So let's say... Walking along, minding my own business. All of a sudden, wham! He shoots at me. So we're going to stick up our shield. Head out like that. Doesn't really... Well, no, hang on. I can probably be a little more helpful than that. I'm very nervous I'm going to wind up with a bullet to the back of my head. And we head out. Well, head forward for a little bit. Then off to the side. Bingo. So that sort of ties me up for the start of the next turn. But I do have a chance to make a nuisance of myself. Okay, so the idea here is I'm moving my shield to walk in front of all of the attacks that are coming on my other guys, and that's going to be freeing up my own people to bring the pain. So the temptation, of course, is to use my melee attack on this unit, but it does invite the question about what happens immediately after. Well, now that I think of it, there might be a way of making this work. So I run up, whack him with my sword, and I think if I try for round 2... it's too tempting. I'm going to take so much heat damage off of that, but... And I'm going to do something a little crazy here. So I'm going to walk up like this. I got to wait a little bit for my ally to get out of the way. But what I want to try and do here is to... Or, hang on. There's a smarter way I can handle this. So the plan here is I want to take advantage of my speed so that I can actually start getting some hits on the back. Possibly even in the starting turn. So the question here is just, can I do it in a way that doesn't result in me clobbering my own melee unit? It's probably better that I just wait a second and then... Okay, brilliant. So the remaining question is, how do I best use my assault rifle? I'm gonna have some difficulties with nope. First of all, I'm gonna have some difficulties clobbering my own guy again. Okay, so even though it's not an optimal... Really? What is it about that crossover that it doesn't like so much? Okay, not quite the same distance that I wanted, but it gets me where I need to go. It also puts me in a really awkward position with my ally. So if I do that... Oh. It's delicate, but I'm going to give it a shot. Oof. You know what? I think I'll just be content with what I've got and maybe just try and get a few cheeky shots off at the start. Preferably ones that don't hit my ally. It'll be close, but what if I tried one of these? Then I overheat. Okay, I mean, it's not tidy, but... Appears to be public info. Oh god, what did I write online? Hey, thank you very much, Irrepressible. Let me, Ah, yes. my earlier one. And yes, I talked about it a little bit at the start. It's my workplace has a very convoluted way of handling promotions. So I have to put in an application for it, and the process through which you find out that there's an application is a deepest, darkest secret known only to the only to a select few. So it's been a very dramatic day. But thank you for the best wishes. All right, I'm just going to do this at standard speed. Nice. Drawn has a rough location of the crate, but we're going to need another ping to ensure it's picked up. Stay at the location to finish this. Okay, so not as much heat damage as I thought, which is really nice. Where is the enemy? Did we just... Where's the other enemy? Wow. Did we? How? It should be a crime to saddle an economist with such inefficient organization. To their credit, they do it so that people are treated sort of fairly. But it's like any bureaucracy, right? What's fair to you may not necessarily be anybody else's idea of fairness. So I'm sure they have their reasons for doing things the way that they do them. Best I can do is just work with what I've been given, and hope for the best on the application. As it happens, so I've actually started a new position not too long ago, and the whole idea of promotion did come up, and there's sort of an understanding that I would need to earn it. So there's no like sweetheart deal being made, to my chagrin. But the idea is that if sort of the reasons why I was brought in the first place materialize, and I've not already been chosen, there are sort of mechanisms through which I could wind up for the thing that I'm applying for now. It's a longer process, but it's not it's not impossible. So and that was in lieu of me just like getting. There's a very good reason why I shouldn't have been promoted. Well, okay, it's not a good reason. There's a workplace reason why I wouldn't be promoted to moving to the new position. That generally is frowned upon where I work. So that's my. If conditions materialize, I've already been chosen. Are you sure you don't work for the occult? Sorry, I'm still very inarticulate. I do regret not slowing this thing down, because this would have been spectacular to see everything get destroyed. I'll watch the VOD later. I really want to see that turn out. Also, it's been so long since I've heard this track. This is another really good one on the soundtrack. Everything in this game sounds great, but what a persistent bunch. Command won't commit any more drop squads to the site, so let's get this over with. Alright. What are we up against, and where are they? They're nowhere in front of us. Oh! Oh! Wow, I misread that one big time. Alright, so we'll run through, and this time I'm gonna dash as close as I can to the action. Let's face it, I'm probably going to be spending most of the time hiding behind cover. So we've already got our goodies. So the job for my lance is to just kind of mosey on in and fire the shotgun as many times as humanly possible. Mechanly possible. Yeah, we'll go with that. Which is exactly once. Economists are the occult there, the finance. We're like, this is the funny thing, actually. So, the econ stuff that I do... Okay, so by virtue of questions that people have asked me, I have wound up working in finance stuff, maybe a little bit more than I normally... than I would have expected. But there is actually a meaningful distinction between economics and finance. Like, I wouldn't exactly trust an economist to tell me what to buy in the stock market in cases. But yes, as you say, Keynes told us animal spirits rule the market, so you might be onto something. Ask anybody who put a bunch of money into GameStop. And you know what? I changed my mind. Why worry about getting my melee unit inside when I can get them to pick up the goodies? And I've got a speedy Hermes, which can get into a decent position. Let's try and get closer to the action. It is a real shame that I misjudged where the enemies would be coming from. That would have been a great opportunity to get some early hits in, but we'll be in a decent position when the time comes. Is there a third? No, I'm just later in the presentation. Okay, so we've got a big sniper rifle. Takes forever to run. That's generally good news for me. So how many bullets? What is this thing looking at? A few shots per volley, but are capable of delivering devastating damage at a distance in the hands of an experienced pilot. Is that 8? I wonder if that 8 tells me how many shots are going. Oh man, these guys are long range. Okay. Okay, so everybody hates this guy. Which works reasonably well for me because I'm assuming that the cone for the attacks are pretty long. Okay, so we shoot, scoot behind the hill. I'm a little doubtful that the melee unit's going to be coming into the... At this point, I can do whatever I want with my assault rifle. We're going to be running behind cover at the end of this anyway. And I think the best thing for me to do is just fire as many shots as I possibly can at sort of my main antagonist. Okay, so too hot. We'll take a minute here, get a little closer. Wait it out. I don't think I can get 2 of those in. Too hot. Throw up the shield in anticipation of the marksman rifle, which is not really going to be attacking at the best range anyway. And these guys are doing me a little bit of a favor of moving sort of in the background like that. So I'm going to take a second here and wait out the primary attack. So basically I want my sniper to finish firing. And then what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to move him off to the side. And basically this is a nice clear shot on the bad guys. I do wind up wasting a bit of time moving. But, you know, that's life. I'm not crazy about forcing the Not crazy about forcing that into the next turn. You know what? Let's cancel it. You're half-trained economist working on data cleanup for a database that holds processed food recipes. So, you know, finance would be significantly closer. Yeah. Well, like, so if I could, and I've actually found one source for this kind of data. I have participated in more experimental economics. I will get into the game, but this interests me, so I can maybe give you guys a bit of an idea about where I come from for these kinds of problems. You know, I've been a subject probably more than I've been a researcher in terms of experimental economics, but I am very intrigued by the fact that we have video games where, you know, in theory, in principle, everything that you do in a video game can sort of be logged, and you know, there's going to be a bunch of analytics that go into decisions that you've made. Now, when you deal with economics, you're really dealing with sort of people making choices in the face of scarcity. You know, you're studying how people behave. And I think there's a lot that you can actually take out of all of the really cool tools that economists have developed to be able to answer questions that are more related to, you know, like buying and selling goods. There's a really great writer, Gary Becker, who I think sometimes every once in a while I'll see on Twitter that people get mad at him as like an example of one of these really horrible Chicago economists, because he did a lot of work on the idea of human capital. And, you know, people are like, oh, it's like treating people like machines. It's really horrible. He's actually a really exciting and a really interesting economist to read, assuming you like reading that sort of stuff, right? Some of you actually have lives and probably want to read other things. But he really did a great job of showing how a lot of the problems, or a lot of the, you know, questions that are posed, or the way that we solve some of these questions using these tools, can it be applied to other fields? And I think if you think about it, right, you know, think about how somebody's making a decision about what they want to buy, you know, what their budget is, you know, do I get the red shirt or the blue shirt? Do I get a shirt at all? Maybe I want a can of tuna. I think there's something really interesting about, you know, the fact that in a video game you're faced with a number of constraints. You're making decisions in the faces of those constraints. And I mean, in the end, what you're trying to do is you're trying to optimize your fun. And so in a weird way, like I think there are some really interesting ways that you can take the social sciences. I get, you know, my background's economics, so I'm going to talk about that, but it could be poli-sci, it could be sociology. I actually would be really interested to see exactly how much you can learn about people by looking at the way that they play. But of course, the challenge is that, you know, of the companies that record that sort of data, I'm sure most of them are not going to want to share it. So I found one that is. And as it turns out, as you guys know from the KitFox article, it does seem like the questions that people who are generating game data need answered are actually much more traditional ones, like, you know, how many people are going to buy my game? You know, what price should I set it? And so, you know, KitFox is really great in terms of sharing data. There might be another company that has, but I don't really like until I get a very clear bit of permission to say you can share this data with someone. I don't normally like talking about who's given me stuff, because at that point, you know, you don't want to, like, if you don't know, then you won't ask the question, and I won't have the temptation to tell you. But there's also some stuff that I'm doing as a follow-up to some of the KitFox stuff. And in the end, like, if developers are struggling with the question of, like, how do I make sure that the lights are still on, you know, a year from now so I can keep making games? As interesting as I find, you know, the question of what can we learn about people through the way that they play, it would seem to me that one of the things that I can try and do to help, you know, the people who've given me a lot of entertainment is to try and take whatever I've learned and try to be able to apply it towards questions that I think are interesting and, you know, and worthwhile, and see if there's something that I can do to try and help people benefit from, you know, from that work. Anyways, Irrepressible says, for the people I know well, you could predict with pretty reasonable accuracy how they would do certain things, like saving every Phoenix down in case I need it. Yes. The strong tendencies for people to... Like, I hoard tons of stuff. It's why... Oh, that's glorious. Man, these guys are made out of paper. Okay, he's going to eject. We'll just leave it. I should have slowed it down so we could hear the song. I love that song so much. Yeah, but so think what's really interesting here, Irrepressible, is once you start thinking about how games solve those tendencies. So think about how Doom handles that. You don't collect grenades, and that's this is Doom made some really interesting choices because Doom is trying to appeal to a group of people who were there for like the first person shooters basically. And those usually involve running around a maze, and you'd have to pick up key cards, and that was how the level gave you some extra time. You'd have to pick up an item and then inexplicably go all the way across the level again to open that door. Health was scarce, so you'd covet it, and so part of the experience that I think a lot of people will think of when they're thinking of the original Doom game. I have to admit, I've not actually played Doom, the original one. I've played the remake, but I have played Wolfenstein though, so I kind of get it. But in that case, they actually went away from it, and what they did instead was they gave you a grenade and a timer. So in this case, you no longer feel like you're losing something. In fact, if anything, you can sort of think of the fact that the grenade not being on cooldown is you wasting a resource. And so, level designers seem like pretty smart people. I'm pretty sure a level designer could kind of give you an idea within a few minutes of when somebody should be picking up a particular piece of health or a particular, box of ammo. But it requires a really interesting insight in terms of what's going on inside of a player's mind to sort of realize that, on paper they're the same thing, but in practice they're very different. I know I am a lot more willing to use a timed grenade than I am, a grenade that is a, scarce resource, something that gets consumed every time I use it. And that's, this is the big thing too, right? Like, as interesting as I find the empirics of trying to do something like that, I also need to admit that, like, let's say I could sit down with, let's say the Apex Legends people or something like that. I could say, hey, I'm a smart guy. I went to a good school. I can dazzle you with a whole lot of, advanced econometric methodology. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about what's going on inside of your players' heads. I'm not entirely convinced that I would necessarily be telling them anything that they don't already know, just intuitively. That's where design is really interesting. No, I still think, obviously, I spent a lot of time studying, so I think there's still some value in approaching what I do, from a more quantitative point of view. And I have actually looked. So creativity questions, art, culture, like this is stuff that I've done work in. But I also kind of need to admit, like, there's plenty of people making really great stuff, and they don't need a mathematical model to explain how people react to what they do, or to what, like, how people react to their games. I feel for people, I think resource scarcity in single player is going away outside of traditional RPGs. We may just be all over for it. I think, I don't know. I wouldn't be... I'm always, I think we all know never is always the word that's kind of a scary one. you sort of take your reputation in your hands when you use it, because there's always going to be that one creative person who's like, well, I'll show them. But yeah, we'll see. Because I mean, the fact of the matter is like I definitely believe games are getting better. It doesn't mean that I don't like old games. I love XCOM. I love even the X-Com. I mean, the Firaxis ones are wonderful too. But I can't even remember what my first Civilization was. But like I think Phantom Brigade is the product of a lot of very clever thinking about games and how people have sort of thought about what makes a good game, let's say. And I think that I don't think it's a bad thing to say that modern games reflect sort of this wonderful inheritance of people trying to think about what makes a game fun. And it may be that we thought about resources one way, but through a few decades of practicing and running a bunch of experiments in terms of how people react to certain mechanics, we've decided that no, in fact, we just have too many cognitive biases that say that we're losing something when we use a resource we were given in the game. I don't know though. I kind of feel like as long as Elder Scrolls games keep getting made, there's always going to be that experience of like filling a house full of crap. I don't know though, right? I just play games. I don't make them. Well, that's not entirely true. There was that thing I did with Valiant Cheese, but I was brought in for my expertise. Anyway, sorry for being extra monologue-y today. It's nice to catch up with some of you. All of you, really. Peak 91. Spec Ops base. Base siege, special ops. Reinforced military structure for overseeing invaders' operations. It's heavily guarded, and attacking it will likely draw the attention of local patrols if they've not been eliminated, so caution is advised. Okay, let's see. So the Behemoth is the one with the lowest level. It's pretty unlikely I'm going to replace that upper body, but never say never. Okay. More importantly, what is this thing running? So empty plating. Yeah, so let's not worry so much about the weight as long as I have defensive subsystems. Man, Arrow have... For some reason, I always associated Arrow with light armor, but I think it was just because I only had one. Now, I don't think I've seen the Tsubasa. It's gray, so I'm not going to be able to equip fancy goodies on it, sadly. Okay, so nothing really with the torso to work with. What left items do we have? A couple of gray Ajax shields. And a somewhat low level... Well, it's a somewhat low level handgun, but my existing handgun's kind of low level. So what are we looking at here? Slightly higher damage in the volley. Longer interval, slightly better range. Not exactly the sort of thing I want to... I don't think I'm quite moved to... Oh yeah, it's also a heavy handgun, so... This is slightly attractive. I think it's really the fact that it's a green that has me considering it, if I'm honest. Now, that's really interesting. It looks like they've changed the way everything gets ordered now. So I wonder how many upgrades I've passed over. Yeah, well, there's an example right there. It's almost double the damage. Wait, how does that make sense? 2 shots at 151, 1 shot at 21, and yet it somehow does 54 damage a second? Huh. I have a feeling that this thing just has like a really small firing window and that you would like manually blast the thing each time, so... the data you're cleaning includes the legal ingredient statement I just had, the classic roasted peanuts contains peanuts. That would be fascinating to see. Like this is one thing I've always enjoyed. Either if you look at the credits of things, if you focus on your I mean, the level makes the most sense to sort by, but for some reason I just feel like this equipment is in a totally different order, and it's really freaking me out. Olaf, thank you very much for the host. How you doing tonight? Slight hit to... And a subscription, my god. You already got me like half a year to Miss Ariella. Do you not spend money on yourself, good Sir Olaf? Anyways, to Irrepressible's material, or sorry, to what Irrepressible said, you can actually find some really fun stuff in if you take a look at the lists of or no, sorry, not list. If you take a look at the like the fine print, let's say. Okay. I think, honestly, most of this it's kind of going through the motions. I could probably get... Yeah, that's just such a high mass. I will make a shot with the Vidar, because I do know that with the mobility... If I get some hydraulics on this thing... Oh, do I only have improved now? Even improved is... Oh, there they are. Now I gotta find my old legs. Oh, it's close, man. It's really close. The thing is, I actually do value the speed a little bit more, I think. There's better heat dissipation on the Vidar legs. I'll give him that. I don't know, though. I think I'm gonna put a basic reactor on it. I can definitely see myself using these legs on something in the future. I just don't quite think it's for the behemoth. You have everything you need, yeah. For those of you, actually, let me get some shout-outs out of the way, because I'm obviously taking my time on the mechanics. So we have Night Valian in the chat. He is very faithfully doing all of the Yakuza games, it looks like. Definitely a really friendly guy from Brazil. Probably here a little bit for a little bit shorter because I got a late start tonight, but definitely somebody who's well worth your time, and I tend to host him in the evening because he's nice and relaxing to watch. And I know some of you come in and say that you wish I would stream longer, so I feel safe sending you off to his side. Olaf kind of threatens to stream once a year, so I will give him a quick shout out on here. But he is actually a moderator for Miss Ariella, who is an Australian streamer who I got to meet back when I lived in Vancouver. Very nice lady, and if you would like to see more Olaf, your best bet is to actually stop by his stream with Miss Ariella, because he has been taking her through the first Borderlands game, which I think I know a number of you will probably really enjoy. So in addition to the fact that he's a very nice guy who has been ridiculously generous as far as his subscription to this channel is concerned, and very generous with his time as far as sitting in the channel and lurking, he is somebody who is taking someone who's a friend of mine through a game that I don't know. It's very. I think it's actually the best way I could say it is it's really clear. They're both of their enthusiasm for the game is really on display as they play it, and those are the streams that really kind of mean something to me. Those are the ones that I have the most fun watching, and so it's a very easy recommendation for the Olaf Ariella duo. You know, it's looking like I don't have that much as far as upgrades to go. Maybe the Vidar? Yeah, it's still too heavy. Oh, but I'm rocking... Okay, maybe the hydraulics will help me out here. I can get those sexy blackbird legs on someone else. Yeah. I tried, but I gotta go fast with the Hermes, so... Okay, there were a couple of heavier parts, so what are we looking at with the arrow? God, that Vidar torso though. Look at that monster. Slightly better mass. We also lose about a 400 in... Wait, yeah. I get a slight improvement with the hydraulics. Oh, hang on. Yeah. Well, okay, so there is a little bit that I might be able to get out of equipping the new arrow. I don't think it's quite in line with what I want to do for that unit. Again, big brutal shield, so we'll just pass that by without much consideration. Shotgun. Interesting. So I passed this up for some reason. Oh, longer interval and shorter range, that's why. Still though, look at that damage per volley. I don't know, this ridiculous auto shotgun has served me well. I'm not in any rush to replace it. Yeah, I can't really justify most of these. The Vidar legs might give me something. So the Helga, again, excellent hydraulics makes the mass seem bigger than it really is. These are great legs that are looking like I gotta find the right owner for. Oh, did I pick the wrong ones? I got two sets of Vidar legs, both with hydraulics on them. How many Vidar heavies do I have? Alright, I really screwed this up. Okay, that's fine. I've got... I'll put my Helgas back on, and then we can just evaluate the different VDARs with... Alright. So yeah, too heavy. Too heavy. Excuse me. Sorry. Okay. So, I mean, a nice little experiment. I think there are... damn it. Okay, there's one more thing I want to check out, actually. So, the mass might be off, but the power might still be enough that I get a boost to speed, and a boost to speed for this unit in particular is enough for me to actually take the time and try and work all the angles. All right, I gave him a fair shot, but those Helga legs are still the best. And honestly, unless there's something to make this guy go faster, we can definitely phone it in on this one. No new swords, so nothing to check for the items. I don't see how heavy... Okay, I'll be honest, that arm's not as heavy as I thought it would be. But I mean, it's all stuff we already know. Speed is of the essence for this unit, so we're going to leave it be. Sorry to spend so much time and not produce anything new, but I did say we're going to do a fairly comprehensive review of parts. Alright, IFF response negative, treating as hostile, requesting immediate reinforcements. So, new wave in turn 3 and 2 new enemies. What are we up against? Marksman rifle and a sniper rifle. Okay, so closing the distance as quickly as possible and trying to put as much hurt as I can on the deserving. So I'm going to do... What I want to really think about right now is anybody who's a target. So here, I can sort of set myself up to be between, you know, myself and a building. And this just gives me a chance to sort of fire away. In fact, I could probably be a little smarter about it. Set myself up over here. And then I just wait till they peek their head around the corner. I'm going to need to think about an exit strategy, but it's not that far away for me to reach there. So that's basically, you'll notice that my turns tend to wind up being really similar, which is especially when it's only 2 enemies, I tend to focus a lot on eliminating the threat to them. So, you know, my sniper's sort of my next person who's the target. I am a little curious about the fact that this marksman rifle is firing at me while this guy moves. But one thing I can sort of do to make my life a little bit easier is I can run the marksman up like so. I'm trying to do this in a way that doesn't get me a face full of marksman rifle. So let's say I do that. Yeah. Okay, so let's say I run up like that, and then we zoom. So basically, the reason why I'm doing this turn this way is that it's pretty clear I'm going to have a really great shot up this street. Now, it seems to me like this particular part here is actually putting this this unit in some risk. But I'm not that fearful of a marksman that's moving the way that that unit is. The one thing that does make me a little sad, though, is my lance is probably not going to be that effective. Okay, if I just in time. Okay, even though I will wind up being a little. I'll wind up being a little closer than I want for the finish of the attack. I don't know. I'll wait it out. As long, like I said, as long as we get close to the bad guys, then we're happy. So, and I really, as the Hermes, I really like hogging the the interesting parts of the map, don't I? Okay, the lance is a bit speedier than I thought. Okay, well here's how I'm going to handle this. I'm just going to bring the Sleipnir around the back. It's a little bit of a wasted turn. Hopefully we'll be able to deliver the knockout. Well, next turn. Okay, so this, I think the whole secret to these guys is especially with stuff like the lower body, as long as we melt the barriers, we're laughing. I probably could have told you that earlier, but so I'm gonna move back a little bit. The shotgun is like the worst nightmare for these guys, so okay, so we might get tagged on that, but not with something that makes me worried. Although, maybe as a precaution, I'll throw my shield up. I think at this point, Sleipnir is just gonna enjoy a walk. I don't really think I'm gonna need that much firepower on this guy, but it is gonna be kind of fun to watch. And where did I put my sniper again? Right, over here. So we'll get them in the high ground for the next round. Approaching landing site. Hold out a bit longer. Another squad standing by if we don't break this up immediately. 2 new contacts on the field. New wave coming in turn 5. Where are the baddies? Alright, way over on the other side of the map. So we'll just lumber along. I think closing the distance is going to be a bit of a pain, but Not as bad as you might think. My dreams have come true. God, how many streams have I wanted to do something like this? We are gonna savor the moment and enjoy it in slow-mo. Alright, I really hope the Hermes is gonna be able to impress me with its, it did okay, but... The real hero of the story, though, and we're going to enjoy it in all of the slow-mo glory, is going to be our marksman. By the way, can we all just take a moment here and reflect on the fact that this is an early access game and there's still animations like that in it? Like, he's running on different surfaces. And this, like, oh god, this game was so good. I don't know a lot about animation, but like to be able to get people to sort of move up and down naturally, I know is not an easy thing. What? Maybe we can get the other arm? I'm still committed to the slow-mo thing. It missed. All right. Let's see what we're up against. So he wants to. No, he's shooting at me. Oh, with a marksman. Okay. Good to know. I think if I try and do another, he's gonna have his revenge. So I'm gonna wait a respectable. Haha. Okay, as much as I want to do that, let's get serious for a bit. It's a long attack. Okay, so if I ignore waiting and I just run around the edge, I probably take a little damage, but I'm... Drat. Maybe I should just take... Well, no, it's a marksman. I can't just take that to the face. Okay. Yeah, so most of the turn is spent out of harm's way. Looks like they do want to inconvenience the Sleipnir, so we will wait a little bit. Okay. I mean, they're kind of obliging me, just coming into range. And then let's get the Hermes in. I sort of want to try and get a flank in if I can. Okay, so let's build the turnaround and attack like this. And then the rest of it is just sort of these intermediate... I want to just try and get some intermediate shots where I can. Preferably without overheating too much. So the idea here is I just want to take a minute here. Every time I'm getting one of these shots, and I just want to see, like, do I have an ally in the way? Is there a building in the way? So this sort of stuff completely off the table. But I wonder if I can get a third, not without ruining it. So we'll. So with that in mind, I know I can get 2 shots off. I'll do it while I'm getting closer to the enemy. And we're pretty happy there. Finally, I think we're at the point now I need to start using my dashes on my lance because the fight's going to be over by the time they get there. Mind you, we still have bad guys who show up in turn 5, so... I can speed it up a little bit. I do want to see what happens with these shots. Yeah, hit the building again. You couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. Okay, so this guy is gonna get their hits, and then the sword's gonna come in. Glorious. Sierra 2 on the field. What's taking you so long? Surround them and finish them off. Okay, so they sort of face planted. I don't know if they're going to be. I don't know if they're going to be active for the rest. Here they definitely are. So we're going to take the Hermes, and they are going to deliver as many shots as they possibly can on this unit while they get up. And then for the Sleipnir, I want to make sure that I'm in cover before. Yeah, so that's kind of an optimal range, but we should be okay. And we've got company on the other side. So I think probably here I don't mind leaving the Hermes in place. There is an interesting question as to whether or not I should commit units over on this side. Let's bring the lance in as a... Actually, you know what? No, these guys I think can handle themselves. Let's bring the lance in as a cleanup unit on the new guys. And then in addition, I should be able to bring my sniper back. Oh. But there are some inconvenient buildings. Huh. Okay. Well, that's why God invented jetpacks. Okay, that's not gonna work. And that still doesn't work. I miss my old perch. God, that's a dicey... It's a dicey proposition. You know what? Let's live a little. That's not a good one. Ah! All right. You only YOLO once. Okay, he's down. Okay, he's still in the game, so he's going to want to put the hurt on the Sleipnir. Actually, Sleipnir's in a little bit of trouble. I don't think the sniper had any effect. I mean, it didn't hit the side of the building. I suppose that's got that going for it. But I think we're gonna say that guy's my new best friend with the sniper rifle. And let's say I wanted to go after his friend. Woo! Hard target, but it's better than trying to get somebody who's moving sort of right to left in my targeting. And I can slightly tilt this to my favor by walking. Oh, it's not gonna let me. It's not gonna let me have that precise of a walk. Well, that's life. Okay. What are these guys packing? Medium handgun and a marksman rifle. Okay. Life just got interesting for the Sleipnir. I'm not going to move them to for protection yet. I'm going to get the lance in, and they are going to have a party. This is really just about throwing out as many bullets as I can. And I mean, essentially just getting my lance in place and letting them be a nuisance. Okay, so 2 units dedicated towards making the Sleipnir uncomfortable. I wonder if I can get... Nope. They're too fast. So if I sneak myself forward like that, they hit the building. Okay. I bet I can make this dance work. Okay, so they're going to shoot the side of the building and potentially their ally. Yeah, sadly there's just nothing else for me to do there. Okay, so what I'll do instead... I'll take the Hermes, we'll stick them on a hill because the shots coming after them are going to go entirely through that building. And what we do while we're waiting is open fire on the guy who's about to crash into his ally. As much as I can, anyway. Obviously, they've got heat issues. And that's the turn. Alright, we did hit him. That is a thing of beauty. That guy's gotta be ejecting. Yeah. Commander, the base is circled around the perimeter. We're ready to pick the squad up if needed. Do I look like I need an evac? Alright. So... he wants to hurt... Alright, well there's no surprises there. So I'm gonna I am curious if I can get away with it. No, I can't, so I'm just going to throw my shield up when they attack. Laugh at them as I smash into their hull. And assuming that they're still around, we'll blast them away. I got the wrong one, didn't I? Alright, we'll let him cool down. Obviously here I'm still contending with the fact that it's a marksman rifle. This is no small thing. So can I just... Yeah, I'll just zip to the ground. Ooh, okay. Maybe it doesn't work that way. Yeah, so we're going to do the exact same thing that we did last turn. Just zip down, run through the buildings, call it a day there. At least this time I'll get myself in position for the future turn, assuming I have one. And the last question is there anything I want to do with the Sleipnir? This is hilly and unpleasant, so I'm just going to leave him in place. His friend got out. Alright, that guy's gonna eject for sure. This guy's still got some fight in him. So we will oblige. This guy's got nothing better to do, so we will run the Hermes up a little bit. Just want to get them in the optimal firing zone. Okay, there we go. And I mean, this is the one with the assault rifle, so moving and firing isn't quite the sin it is for everybody else. And as if I didn't already show how paranoid I am, we'll add the sniper in for good luck, too. Holy crap, I can actually get away with that. God, I really want to know if I get that shot off. And we're not going to do anything with Sleipnir. I guess we'll never know if it was the sniper that took him out. Congratulations, you now have control the site and may see hope rise in the region. 42nd battle, 643 damage taken, 7,930 dealt, 95 actions planned, 1.8 kilometers traveled, 1.9 closer. 3 units destroyed, no parts, 287 supplies. Ooh, I like those legs. Actually, there's a few interesting parts here. So, oh, and then they're all gray. So the marksman rifle is a maybe. And then the Blackbird medium, I don't think it tells us what kind of... I think it tells us what kind of part this is yet. Like if it's an arm or anything. We will salvage and do our best. So as I mentioned, we're likely looking at a new patch to this game very soon, and if it works like the last patch, it means that if you're in a district that's not been liberated yet, your progress will be reset. So in addition to the fact that, I'm just eager to play more Phantom Brigade, I do have a little bit of a fire under me to finish these 5 missions plus anything else that we find in the middle of the region. Now, the way I'm going to be approaching this area is going to be a little suspect because I'm going to be moving out and around like this, which means I'm going to have a gap in my radar of this area. We got a little bit of it at the camp, but not enough to fully cover things. But this is, honestly, this is just it's a risk I'm going to have to take. Like, I need to make sure that I get progress. Something in the distance. One of your pilots shouts out to you. They've spotted something in the distance. When you look, you see what looks like a person under a tree. Deserter. As you get close, you see that it's a pilot wearing the uniform of an enemy. He's still and quiet, but when he sees you and a pilot approaching, he begins to struggle against his ropes. You've got to help me, he cries. That uniform says we don't got it, your pilot says. He turns to you and says, could be an ambush, boss. Please, they tied me up, left me for dead. I've been here for 3 days. His clothes are filthy, and there's an ugly bruise on his forehead. If it's an ambush, it's more elaborate than you've ever seen. Why'd they leave you, your pilot asks. The enemy pilot spits on the ground. I didn't want to do this stuff anymore. It isn't right. So deserter then, your pilot asks. That's what they called me. Will you help me or not? So we can capture them. They might be the enemy, but they could prove useful. We could leave, deserter or not. They are the enemy. They can help themselves. Or rescue. They might be the enemy, but they're still human, and we will rescue. Alright. Assault. You can attempt to gain control of the structure by mounting an assault with your squad. We are heading on to Koya. Again, I'm not very good at the pronunciation, so my apologies to my Nordish viewers. Yeah. I'll watch YouTube videos and get it for next time, maybe. It's a settlement liberation special ops branch. Blocked by an enemy, 17 hope on defeat. Eliminating any occupying hostile units in this town will increase hope and return the civilians to freedom. So let's see what goodies we get from the blackberry part, or blackbird parts. Did I call them blackberry? Good God. Alright. Nothing exciting for the torsos. The submachine gun, yeah, the small items aren't all that exciting. Okay, so the marksman rifle. Decent damage in a volley. Better DPS as well. It's shorter range. I think this might be... Six shots is really the only thing that worries me. And I am going to have to get used to... I think I'm going to have to get used to having a short-range sniper rifle again. But this, I think, is actually worth... Okay, so like here's the thing that worries me a little bit about this, is that there's 2 bullets coming out of the midway, and they deal 281 damage a pop. So if I can actually make things work with this guy... you've seen it, right? It's game over for some of the guys that we're up against. Sorry, I just gotta adjust myself. My legs are getting a little sleepy. If we miss, it's a disaster. But this sharp, on the other hand, like overall damage-wise, there's no argument. But it is assuming that I get 6 of those things knocked out. Well, yeah, see, this is the thing. I also remember how long it took to fire from the enemy. It was twice as long. Yeah, man, I feel bad about this, but I'm actually going to keep... I remember I used to complain about having the sniper rifle for so long. I actually think I'm going to skip the sharp here. Nah, you know what? Let's bring it. Let's test it out on this mission. Let's stop being a baby. 243. Okay, so this arrow light... I really don't care that it tells me it's got 243 integrity. It's like, it's 10 less, but then I have a big barrier. It's heavier, though. How does that work? Okay, so let's say I put this thing on and I give it empty plating. And then I compare it to the old arm that I had. Where's that old arm? Okay, I'm clearly gonna have to go through my inventory again, because there's a... What? That's so many... Oh, Jesus. I thought I went through all my old arms. Okay, okay, so we got 2719 versus 2353. Good lord. Alright. So... Oh, part of that's getting rid of the heatsink, though, so that's sort of cheating. Okay. Just getting it back to, I'll call them factory settings. Tough call. We'll still go Greyhound. I'm not sure I'm gonna paint the... I'm not gonna paint the rifle yet, because I don't know if I want to keep it. And I know this is going to be a little painful, but I'm actually going to take a minute here, and I want to make sure that I've cleared out all of my old torsos. And I'm also debating that maybe I want to get rid of all of my gray items. Yeah, so I don't care about the multi-purpose stabilizer. Ah, crumbs. Oh, no, I'm still good. The livery is basically the way that I make sure that I've got the... It's the way I make sure that I've got the right parts equipped. So again, I apologize for the time that this is going to take, but if I don't do this, it's going to screw me up like when I had those VDARs. Probably should do this from the bottom up. Oh man, I missed this paint job. That one's a little easier to deal with because it's gray. As in the part common. Almost done. Okay, now the real test. Can I find my can I find my real body now? All right. There's no parts to equip for the left and right items. Left and right arm, same story basically. I'm not going to strip out all of the fancy parts yet. I am, however, going to look for anything colored. So we've got a Nox medium. That's my real arm. I mean, the improved capacitor isn't anything to write home about, but let's get a slightly more standardized set of indicators. Okay, back to the arms. Again, it's a Nox medium that I'm going to be coming home to when the time comes. So it looks like it might actually just be the livery that's off on my... It looks like most of these parts have already been adjusted. But again, like I said, the coloring for me is a visual cue that this is an item that still has stuff on it, and that indicator is not going to work if I don't keep it consistent. So I know it's a little tedious to see. Okay, basic plating I think I can live with. Oops. Wait a minute, didn't I just change this? It's probably a different... Good God. That thing looks cool as hell, by the way. Again, improved capacitor I can probably do without, but it's not... like, the thing is, I can actually see myself equipping a capacitor, so I want to make sure that I get that off of my spare parts. God, I used to have some really cool, paint jobs. I think I should go a little wild with the looks again. So this is just a livery job because it's gray. The regenerator may not even make sense on that particular part, but it's mostly just about equipping it with things that I'm not going to use. Okay, sensor is one of my default throwaway parts. I will confess there are a few parts that I still don't 100% understand what they do. But I've got my standards that I sort of run to, so I don't actually consider that too much of a problem. Like, the fact of the matter is that I'm always going to be measuring the sort of the quality of the stuff that I'm equipping against my alternatives. And, you know, when you've got things that will give you extra power, which as a result gives you higher mobility, let's say, or what's another example I could give you? You know, something that I don't know, something that gives you really good heat dissipation. Those are things that I'm constantly running into in the game and saying, all right, I wish I could do more of X. And then when I'm, you know, misses are real things. Like, am I just going back to the same part over and over again? You know, misses are a thing, and they're resulting in me taking damage. They're resulting in me having to take longer and potentially missing out on other objectives. Like, the fact that you can get improvements to your hits is actually it's a worthwhile thing. It's something you should be paying attention to. But again, when you measure it against something that says, you know, hey, you've got your melee unit and it tends to overheat a little too much, so you can't get 2 attacks a turn. I've just given you the ability to do 2 attacks per turn. Isn't that a good thing? Like, of course you're going to stick with that. And so in this case here, some of the more mundane ones like sensors, because I'm not able to really quantify it in the terms of I am now able to do 2 attacks a turn, where previously I was only able to do 1. I tend to give them maybe a little bit less attention than I should. I will also take a minute here, and maybe not now, but I should take some time and see whether or not there are any... there's anything I can do with sort of the junk. Because, like, the fact of the matter is, when am I ever going to need, like, a level 3 Elbrus? Like, I'm just not going to use that. Now we're rocking a cool 2719. We have excellent hydraulics, so I am going to take a minute here just to see what my outside options are. I've already got mass +3, so something tells me that I'm not going to be replacing this Nox anytime soon. This Nox Light actually has slightly better... it's because of the empty plating. Yeah, I'm in one of these really tricky spots where, unless I wind up with another part that's got mass +3, that's probably sticking on my guy for a while. Okay, right arm. First thing I want to do before I go anywhere else is I want to see how many old arms with paint I'm hiding in my inventory. None. Okay, that makes me happy. And I don't think we have any new... Oh, well, no new arms that I'm excited for. So at this point, we're just going to take a quick look at some legs. I've got Nox mediums. There's Blackbird medium. The Nox has the benefit of some hydraulics and a good mass. The Blackbird's got a pretty solid... There's 2 things going for it: the heat dissipation and the so its integrity plus its barrier is better. So what I'm curious about is whether or not some hydraulics on this thing will see me through. I might, even if it's not like a strict improvement. Do I not have excellent anymore? Oh no, I do. It's close. I'm still at a little bit of a loss, but I think it's actually one that's worthwhile. So if we go... where are my old legs? So to specifically quantify it, I'm getting 154 extra barrier on the legs. There is a small loss in terms of mass, but I think as a net, I'm still ahead. And I've got better heat dissipation, which means I'm able to sort of shorten the window between shots. So I'm going to take a quick second here just to strip down the legs, because those good hydraulics are worth their weight in gold. And again, we follow the convention of going to default colors. Not that you could tell the difference. It's level 6. Okay. Figure Officer B looks pretty good with that. Look, I'll admit the arms are looking a little... Like, I feel like the arms should be darker now. Maybe Greyhound R. I think we're already working with Greyhound black and white. I'll put a little color on him, I guess. I don't know though, the officer doesn't look too bad. It's not all that different from the Greyhound, so... Cool. Alright. This is starting to look a little odd, but... Now, because we spent so much time on the Behemoth, I don't actually think we have all that much left for my remaining guys. So at this point, we're really looking at sidearms, which were all gray. No assault rifles for them. I don't think there's any exciting arms, and we probably took the best legs. So I think we're ready to just deploy. So the real test here is going to be whether or not the Behemoth is able to do anything interesting with the marksman rifle. Code Red, hostile unit contact. All units hold optimal range and await reinforcements. We got basically a turn before their friends show up. And this is why I regret not having the sniper rifle. Okay. So we can close the distance a little bit. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. Oh no. Where's my sniper rifle? I want it so bad. Oh, so much regret. So everybody's got to get out of the way of my marksman, so they can do their job. Oh, that makes me so sad. Okay. So my melee unit runs around the edge. Question is, can I... Yeah, it looks like we just start the attack. As long as the connection happens this turn, I don't mind resolving the rest of the turn. Okay, so the Hermes is a little bit less of a worry. Although honestly, the Hermes has got about the same range as my marksman now, so that should give me pause. Yeah, look at that. That's not great. I think I'll try and get a couple pot shots in while I'm on my way. And the lance is going to get in everybody's way, I think. Ooh, yeah. So I'll move around the back. Ah. Well, that makes life interesting. So I wonder if I just dash through. Am I gonna screw anyone up that way? I can't believe I got away with that. Okay, so I might be able to get a friendly fire incident out of that. So we run up. Yeah, and on their way to damage my lance, they hit their own guy. I don't even know what's attacking me. So that is an assault rifle. Chances are it's not really going to do anything. Actually, the marksman rifle I should be more worried about for my Sleipnir. But seeing as I don't have anything else to do, let's just toss the shield up. And I'm going to spend the rest of the turn just kind of walking around, trying to make a nuisance of myself. And preferably not sabotaging my teammates. I can do the nice thing and not completely demolish that house. So this is more just so that I can get the shots in, ideally without doing too much damage to my guy. I'm sure I'll do a little. You know what? We don't need a friendly fire incident. We'll just walk up. All right. I do want to double check that I'm not colliding with anybody. Nope. Okay, I really want to see how this turns out. Unbelievable. Oh my god, I'm going back to my old sniper. Dropping in. Command is getting impatient. Let's get this over and done with. Alright, so we got 2 more mechs coming on the right. This guy, well, I mean, he's a little worse for wear. Suffice to say, I'm not enamored with how that went. Actually, I think I'm just going to get the Hermes to run up. Yeah, that's exactly what I want the Hermes to do. I'm going to get him to run up and get some early shots on the new arrivals. So I just had to redirect the attack to make sure that I was at a proper range. They're going to be a little out of position when they start taking their shots, but I am relatively safe so far as the rest of the turn goes. Oh, good God! Yeah, this marksman rifle really makes me sad. Well, nobody really seems to want to hurt this guy. So the question is there something meaningful I can contribute for the rest of the turn here? Well, sort of. It doesn't spark joy, but gives me something to do. So Let me admit, I'm a little surprised that the damage seems to be relatively minor. But the good news is I have a big mean lance that wants revenge. I think the third one overheats me, yeah. So we'll just wait that out. But it does mean I gotta find something to do with the Sleipnir. You know, this will be... Oh, here's an idea. Can I get away with another melee attack so quickly? Like, the idea here is I just want to see if I can... I want to see if I'm able to do a second attack to just get through the enemies. I think the problem is that these residential areas tend to be very narrow. So I guess the best I could hope for would be... Yeah, I don't think I'm getting any repeat business. Okay, a pity, but you know, go to war with the army that I have. Just make sure that I've... Yeah, I mean, there's a shot to the back that I can't really do much about. I'm not crazy about giving him another free shot to the back, though. So, let's... say get over there. Dash it. Great, and I'm behind the building just in time. Okay. So that's my melee unit to safety, and I think that's really all she wrote for the... It is going to be interesting when there's... I mean, we don't know whether or not there's area of effect weapons coming, but it will be kind of interesting to see these situations if you do have an AoE style weapon. I will admit, this is going to get interesting because this is one of the rare times that I've had units on the field. So, like, the original units from the start of the turn still on the field, and I've split my folks to deal with the new arrivals, but we still have plenty to finish off with the new guys. Well, never mind. Okay, Mr. Marksman still wants some fun. What are we dealing with here? So we've got an assault rifle with a shield, we've got medium handgun, and if we can get through the barriers on this guy, that is game over. Oh my god, I love this so much. I am not going to change a thing. I'm just going to stand here and I'm going to shoot this guy in the back and he is going to be raging at his teammate. I'm going to do slow motion for this. So I don't know how many of you know what's about to happen. I will explain before I hit the play button, but this I got a big smile on my face about this. I'm not ready to do a melee attack at the end of this. Well, that's right. That's not entirely true. Theoretically, stand in the middle of the street. Oh, the accursed residential areas. It's all this NIMBYism about sword fighting in people's backyards. Okay, so we're just gonna stay put until our enemies get into a better position, because everyone knows the best strategy is to wait for your opponents to do exactly what you want them to do. Okay, let's try over here then. Now that's welcome. Okay, so this might give me a better idea about what my marksman rifle can do. So, thing is here, this guy with the medium handgun, he's shooting the Hermes. The Hermes is basically standing right between his ally and the... So I'm sure the Hermes is going to take some damage. I'm pretty sure the ally is going to take a heck of a lot more. That's why I'm smiling. Okay, so we will at least consider the presence of the attack. I of course will chase this guy down and shotgun him to oblivion, or do my best to anyway. And I think that's it. So I clearly am going to see the main focus of this round is going to be on the dynamic duo over here. Although we'll watch all the excitement in the background. Stop, you fool! What are you doing? That's going to be interesting for the aim. Am I hitting the wrong guy, or is the aim on that just really crummy? Yeah, I am not a fan of this marksman rifle. I should have followed my original intuition that said the fact that I'm firing 6 bullets over such a long period of time means that I'm not actually going to see I'm not actually ever going to see a full 6 hits. I hit my own guy. So I'm going back to the sniper rifle next turn for sure. Okay, so what are we looking at? This guy still wants more. This guy still wants more. This guy's ejecting, so we can get the lance in on the adventure. Let's do this slightly differently. It's a little dash to put a spring in their step. Okay, so they're moving in closer, but they're still focusing on the Sleipnir. That's kind of interesting, actually. So what I'm curious about, though, is whether or not I have enough leeway. Nope, because it... So I move a slightly more convenient location, but then my approach gets savaged. So if I try from the other side, not even close. That's the game telling me, why did you even think you could do that? Alright. So this is risky as hell, given that the marksman's already firing, but it does get me behind the building. Ah, I see exactly how this is going to work. So then after using the building as cover, say it's my turn. And in this case, I'm just going to march my marksman forward. So, okay, there is one thing I will say in defense of this marksman rifle is that it seems like I can just like fire this thing all day and I'm never gonna overheat. Okay, that's not entirely true, but let's face it, that's a pretty generous amount of activity. But again, it's useless if I'm not actually able to hit anything with it. So, it's a shame. I gotta live with what I've been given. Let's see how much damage I can do before the retaliation comes. Basically none. So instead I sneak around the corner. They shoot at me. That shot incidentally lasts like all of, what, 2 seconds? So I missed the sniper rifle. And then... so I can feel better about myself. Okay, cool. So... Polaris has got their marching orders. Foxtrot's got their marching orders. The Lance is really just bringing themselves into the fight, and we know what the Sleipnir is going to do, and because slow motion looks so cool, we're going to watch it in slow motion. Hello! Oh, that was great. I have no idea what's going to happen with Kilo. Oh, damn it. This is a great image, by the way. The Hermes sort of ducking behind the... what's happening there? The Hermes kind of ducking behind the house, waiting for the shots. Oh, they got me. This is great too. See that silhouette of the marksman in the background? That's poetry right there. I kind of want to clip that. Victory! All hostiles eliminated. Site under control. Probably not that much in the way of scrap. Oh, a Vidar. Alright. I can shut up. You can dispatch a salvage team to the site to recover any usable parts and supplies. However, the mobile base will need to remain stationary with them. I apologize for not reading the outline. Thank you. Having helped the settlement, a man comes up to you. I can't say how grateful we all are for your assistance, he says. I have information for you about somewhere not far from here. It might help the cause. He marks the location on the map. New location. One of your pilots comes over to show you where the new location is on the map. It could be armed to the teeth with guards, or it might be abandoned. Might be worth the risk, your pilot says. Could have something useful. What do you think, boss? Should we investigate? Yes, it could be interesting. New location spawns. Kidnapped! As you pass by a small village, one of the residents calls for your base to stop. When you come out to see what's happening, you find him nervous and harried. They took our people, he says. Please, you have to help. After one of your pilots helps calm them down, you find out that there was a peaceful protest broken up by troops. They bundled up the protesters into the back of one of the trucks, and nobody has been able to track them. That happened yesterday, the man says. I'm worried sick. Your pilot turns to you. What do you think, boss? Reckon we can track them? Yes, they can't have gone far in a single day. Find an enemy base that civilians were taken to. So, presumably it's this base. Obviously, we gotta wait on salvage. Oh, actually, maybe it's not. We'll take a peek anyway. Yeah, you know, that was probably just the radar, but in case, just in case I'm feeling a little paranoid. And the nice thing is it gives me a little more radar coverage, so instead of going like this, we'll get the radar coming from our slightly circuitous route. Nothing too special there. So it's unlikely that they'll be at the logging site or the camp. It could be that this is actually a location that we need to find through scanning. But we knew we were going to be taking out these areas anyway, so it's not the end of the world. Sorry if I feel like I'm rushing this a little bit. I just sort of... I feel like a couple of the battles that I've done have been relatively straightforward. It's sort of two enemies and they're quite weak, so... I didn't really feel the need to go into as much detail for some of these other ones. But suffice to say, especially if you're thinking about picking up this game yourself, I did neglect to mention at the start of the broadcast, and I apologize, I was given a copy of this game from Brace Yourself Games for promotional purposes, so that is something I should have disclosed a little bit earlier, and I was late in starting, so I babbled a lot, but I didn't get the disclosures out of the way, so I do apologize for that. Please do keep that in mind if you are thinking of picking this up just based on my own playthrough. And then, I mean, for interest, they did give me a key for Industries of Titan as well, which I really want to do on Wednesday. Actually, I hate that I do this because I really feel when I'm given these promotional keys, I should be using them for promos. But because I couldn't do Industries of Titan last week, I actually broke down. I couldn't resist, and so I started up a new game, and I had the time of my life. I did actually wind up grinding the game down to to a crawl, and I did run into a few problems as far as optimizing the behaviors of the workers. But the new patch on that is really fun. So that's almost certainly going to be Wednesday's game. Everspace 2, I might have to find a new spot for that because I'm really giving that short shrift. But I mean, let's face it, Brace Yourself is doing some great stuff here. All right, you can attempt to gain control of the structure by mounting an assault with your squad. Suit up. Well, I'm not going to spend as much time looking at the new goodies, but I am going to take a quick second here just to see what we're working with. Okay, the new VDAR, really good dissipation. Actually ridiculous integrity, but huge mass. Does have a mobility system, so this might be something I can throw on the Lance actually. Okay, Ajax. Yeah, nothing special for left items. Right item, maybe we get an assault rifle? No. The arm, that's a gray. Okay, so it's really the upper body for anybody who can use... So like the Hermes almost certainly is not going to take advantage of it. Yeah, too heavy. I was scared for a second that the Behemoth might be outrunning the Hermes. Wait, why is the Hermes so slow? Okay, no, sorry, that's the Lance. Oh god, 13 speed. I gotta get that Lance sped up again. Oh, it's already got a VDAR. Alright. better integrity. Mass is... Why is the mass... Okay, because the hydraulics. Oh god, that makes that even tougher. Okay, so here's the right way to do this comparison without driving myself insane. I'm going to put a basic gyro on this. So that becomes apples to apples. And whichever VDAR power... Oh, right. I got an overdrive core on this thing, too. Yeah. Okay, now it's apples to apples. Okay, so better power overall. Why is that heat so bad? Dissipation plus plus. Slightly better thruster power. See, because mobility is such a huge problem for... because mobility is such a huge problem for this one, I am going to equip the new VDAR torso, but I am worried about what this means heat-wise for me. Okay, so you get an overdrive core. You get excellent hydraulics when I find them. So we're up to 1453 now. And we get my favorite paint job in the game, Blueberry. I love the way this thing looks. Especially with the as soon as we got the shield on this thing, I'm like, oh god, yes, this is my mech. This is the thing I would be commanding the team from, for sure. Okay, although the skinny legs on this thing are looking increasingly ridiculous. Is there any possible way that I can... I already did this check, didn't I? Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Let's find the lightest. So 1612, so 2040, 1950. $1776 for some Nox heavies. It's not bad actually. Oh, it's because I got the excellent hydraulic. Why didn't I take those off? Okay, that's cheating. Yeah, I don't know, unless I find another mass plus plus. Oh, well, yeah, there's the VDAR. Okay, I'll try it one more time just in case I missed, I don't know, maybe I was out to lunch. So I compare those to my old Helgas. Yeah, these guys are... half a point. Well, okay, so they're half a point better on speed. That's actually something I might be willing to sacrifice if I can get a better argument. So let's say, who cares about the leg? Like, who cares about the integrity for the legs? This thing is already carrying an impenetrable shield. Better heat dissipation. Okay, well, I did give up a little bit on the heat dissipation, but I'm not sold yet. Like, I'm on the verge if I can come up with a situation where I feel like my... if I can come up with a situation where I really feel like either my legs are the weak point or I need better heat dissipation to be able to get actions done, I can see myself equipping those. But honestly, I'm actually pretty happy with where the Lance is right now. I'm also kind of glad that I took a minute to babble on, because I might have warmed up a little bit to the marksman rifle here, but I don't know. Like, The midway just works. Wait, is it the midway? Ah, crumbs. Pretty sure it's not the dice that I was using. That was the midway. Oh, it's the other midway. Okay. Yeah, man, what a... So what's the deal with the tight... Okay, I don't know. I really like this rifle, though. Rebel unit sighted, requesting immediate reinforcements. Let's make this quick. 2 enemy contacts on the field. And we've actually got a fairly healthy gap between the start of this fight and the reinforcements arriving. I suspect at least part of that has something to do with the fact that we're fighting them so far away. I do also really like the... So it really does feel that these... you know, this isn't a new observation for me, but I think it's the first time that I've brought it up. I do kind of like how each region has its own sort of personality as far as the units that you go up against are concerned. And presumably that's also going to have a bit of a... It's probably also going to tell you something in terms of what units... what parts you can sort of take off of the enemy units. The thing I like about these guys, honestly, is the fact they're so fragile. But, yeah, I don't know. I think... I'm trying to think if it would be better if there was... if the game sort of was a little more explicit in its communication as far as what you can get from certain things. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about that, if I'm honest. So let's see what the game... does. So I'm trying to avoid smashing these people's cars, which is a laudable goal. I wind up taking some unnecessary damage. Okay, so we'll walk up, wait a couple seconds for them to work out their frustrations. And we start the scary approach. So this is the scary approach against a couple of snipers, right? Because in this case, wide open field. I'm only at melee range. The one saving grace I have is that I can sort of duck into these little areas. There's a bit of cover inside here, but this isn't exactly the sort of place that I would want to be relying on to keep myself safe. It looks like it's my sniper that they want after. Now I actually have a bit of an easier time with that one, so I'm gonna march my lance up, and this is gonna be just one of these cases where I sort of dash my way to victory because there's almost certainly nothing I'm gonna be able to do in the first turn. The reason I'm doing it this way is, again, we take a look at the sniper rifle, beautiful range on it. So there's a couple of options that I have. You know, I can try and go the long way around like this, and I still have, you know, a good chance of being able to damage that enemy. What I really want to be doing here is I want to be taking advantage of, I kind of want to be taking advantage of the fact that I've got some ability on this guy. One thing that would be nice to do is if I had a way of getting them in position to do some damage to the enemies right away. So one way I could try and accomplish that would be to sort of walk like this. Again, I need to make the same considerations that the Sleipnir is. And again, we sort of run into that same little dead zone where we're waiting for the bad guys to finish their shenanigans. So let's we'll wait a little bit. Then I think I'm just gonna, well, it's a positioning turn. And then here, I mean, this is a pretty... It's pretty much a no-brainer. This is just the Hermes running in. Good God. Okay, now we don't bonk each other on the head. See, honestly, this is just the Hermes running up the middle. Maybe I can try and do a dash. Yeah, no, without causing problems. So dash to where you used to be, and then run up the middle. Oddly enough, that doesn't necessarily do really any better than the lance. Now, I'm curious, if I just straight up run it, do I mean, I kind of wind up in the same plate. That's really funny that my Hermes runs fast enough that... I mean, it's not an apples to apples comparison. My thrusters do... If I were to be sort of pushing forward on a straight line, I think it would look a little bit better, but... Okay, I'm going to be really sad about this turn, but there's not going to be a single shot fired in anger, on my side at least. They sure showed that building who's boss. So, who do they hate this turn? Shot on my Lance and a shot on the Hermes. I mean, not bad candidates. But the Sleipnir awaits. No! Ugh! They're gonna bonk their head on that guy, and I'm gonna get mad, and I'm not gonna do it. All right, we need a better approach. I might also want to cool it a little bit on the... Oh, how dare you! I think I got the same problem there still. Alright, I'm not crazy about the heat that I generate off of that, but it gets me in the game, and it stops me from taking unnecessary damage. So as a precaution, I'll throw up the shield. Oh, this guy's throwing his shield up. Okay. Well, that is mighty convenient. So we are going to wind up taking the long way around, but that works for me. Because it means I get to let her rip on the... on the sniper. So this is one of these cases where positioning really helps in terms of being able to deliver some quick wins on the bad guys. Because they're ignoring the wrong people, I'm able to take advantage of the circumstance. I'm a little nervous about the shield here. It's possible he'll be protecting his friend, but it's only one way to find out. I really do like this presumed bug with the shield. It's fun to see a guy pick it up 3 times. That was a stationary target, Mr. Marksman. Oh my god, you missed it twice. Glorious. Alright, that's 2 guys who are going to be, they're going to be packing it in because they don't have any weapons. Ooh, looks like the sniper was actually enough to take him out. So we're just going to stay put here. I really don't know where... I really don't know where the enemies are going to come from. And I'm reasonably happy with where we're standing right now. Squad decelerating. ETA 3 seconds. Another squad dropping shortly if these contacts remain on the radar. Let's make this quick. Okay, so... Oh man, I could not have asked for better placement there. Hey, I even get a free shot. Well, that's probably going to wind up going into the... That's probably going to go into the building, but let's see what happens. So I'm going to focus on the guy from... the guy behind. Reason I'm doing that is it's pretty unlikely any of my other guys are going to be able to do other attacks. I'm not going to follow up with any other attacks here just because that gives me time to cool down and I'm going to be able to react with my Hermes. Now unfortunately the way that melee works, I don't believe the game will allow me to launch myself into space. So I gotta wait a turn for their attack. What I can do though, bring the lance up. Excuse me. Getting a little faster, but still still not breaking any records. Excuse me. So yeah, we'll wait it out. I guess I don't know, I can spread out the time. I do want to, if I can, I do want to get the it's half effectiveness, but what else am I going to do, right? I do want to get the jets. I want to get the thrusters in early because that gives me the time to cool down after them. If I bring them in a little bit early, if I bring them in a little bit, if I bring them in later, then that just means that I'm building up more heat and I'm, you know, I'm worse off. I'm not able to throw out the damage. We got Bamboozle Ballet saying, "Hi there, is this game still in early access? It looks so good already." It is, actually. It's in, not only is it in early access, it's they've been doing a lot of work on it, but it's still fairly early on in the roadmap. I don't think I can show you. Oh yeah, I can. So the first update I think was Mechan at Work, and then I believe the second update was in January with the Hit and Run update, which we're currently enjoying. And I'm not 100% sure where I got this impression, but we know this month we're getting an update for sure. It might actually be tomorrow. And I'm trying to remember where I heard that, but this is the one that I've really been looking forward to. There's improvements to melee combat, which, the developers actually stopped by a couple of patches ago and, explained melee a little bit better. So I've been using it more. But it does really feel like melee is something that could do with a polish. I'm actually really looking forward to some of the changes that they're doing in terms of weaponry, because I feel like it's going to sort of disrupt my tendency to sort of hide behind cover and ignore enemy damage. Although as I've been getting deeper on in the game and customizing my mechs a little bit more, my strategies have changed a little bit. You'll notice that basically the roadmap, there's 2 different arsenal updates now. So what's been kind of nice to see is that the roadmap has been changing kind of with every patch, and it's really easy to see why. If you're not a member of the Brace Yourself Discord, I highly recommend it, because the developers are very active on there. And Industries of Titan, similar story. There's Crypt of the Necrodancer forums. I don't have a Switch, so I haven't played Cadence of Hyrule, but it's really cool. Like you can see why this roadmap sort of changes over time, because all of the developers are in there. They're very active. There's actually something I noticed, and I put in the Discord during the stream, and in less than an hour, there was already somebody who'd replied to it. But under the future one, the one that everybody wants to see, the combat replay, is high up there. But yeah, the game is definitely in early access. It looks amazing for sure. But I will tell you, on the basis of my experience with Industries of Titan, and again, it's maybe not bad mentioning that I was given keys for promotional purposes for both Industries of Titan and Phantom Brigade, although certainly I like these games enough that I've been playing them for quite a while since being given that key. So, I mean, a key will only get you so much, right? If the game doesn't fit and people aren't digging it on the stream, I'm not gonna stream it forever. But based on my experience with Industries of Titan, it's pretty clear that there's very frequent updates, and there really does feels like there's a lot of meat that gets added. So, Industries of Titan was a great looking game when it first came out, but there is just so much that they've added to that game since then, and I have every reason to believe that Phantom Brigade will see sort of a similar treatment. So I'm sorry to gush about the game, but it's pretty clear that this is something I've been really enjoying. Oh wait, who doesn't have a move? Oh wait, it's the melee unit. So. Well, at least they didn't get wiped out at the start. This guy's close to being done though, so I might be able to get away with a melee attack that finishes them off. I am a little worried about the possibility that I sort of trip over the enemy unit. So I'm only a light. I'm a class 1 light. This thing is heavy. So I do want to be a little careful with my my survival, let's say. But I am curious if I can go for my 1-2 punch like I normally do. Yes, but I do potentially get caught in the crossfire. So I'm gonna do it, but I should be careful. Now the hope here, I really am not 100% sure on the interactions when I've got a light. Well, actually this is a medium, so this guy's probably going to wind up knocked down, and so the Hermes doesn't need to worry about the attack. This guy's relatively fresh. So yeah, the real question is, how do I divide the attention? Let's start by... Honestly, like, either I'm gonna deliver on this thing or not. So let's take the Hermes and do as many shots as I can on this enemy. So the idea here is I want to take this unit out before they can do damage to the... I want to take this unit out before they can do damage to to my my lance. So sniper's gonna come in with their shots. And at this point, if this other guy is still standing, it's pretty clear. Like, I just simply have bigger problems to deal with, so... no, he gets shot in the back, so... Yeah, I think we'll just stand our ground on the chance that I'm not able to take... knock this guy down with the melee attack. I mean, this is just basically a straight-up brawl. I'm 100% going to do this in slow-mo, although the trees are going to obscure the action a little bit. But lots of booms. Right, that guy is already down. Nice. Little friendly fire there, sadly, but... Okay, more friendly fire than I would care for. Stop, stop, for the love of God! Oh God, same team, same team! Okay, this guy's gonna eject next turn, assuming that he's still alive. Oh, he's not surviving that with 44 torso. So I guess we just wait till turn 7? Oh, Jesus Christ! And the sniper sabotage. I really should have planned that turn better. So I'm just gonna park my melee unit in the center of the map and never let them touch another thing again. I'm gonna well, let's hope that they land in the same area. I got nothing to do though, so we'll... What? What? Oh, I tripped. I tripped over the scrap. Decelerating. Let's flank and finish them off. Oh, Christ. I don't want to extract. Ah, nuts. They're on the other side of the map. Okay, that's going to be a little inconvenient, although I have a really good reason for running the exact opposite direction with my... Of course, okay. Do a traditional run. Man, I really love damaging my melee unit. Like, I don't want to do anything with the melee unit for the rest of this encounter. It's just, it's way too easy for Kilo to wind up damaged. I really wanted to try and get some shots in, but that's just not going to happen. So next best thing that I'll do, sniper should at least be able to deliver. Okay, so here's how I'm going to handle it. I want to maximize the amount of fire that I put out this turn. So basically, the first chance I get to shoot something, I'll take it. So wait a second, then I'll move up a little bit. And the reason why I want to put the hurt on this tank is the hope is that I'll be able to take the thing out before it really does anything. Tanks are not the most scary thing that I could be facing, but especially if it's got a long range weapon, that could make life a little difficult for me. So let's execute. That's a respectable amount of damage, and it does have a traditional cannon, so this is definitely going to be something that I want to worry about its capacity to damage my people. Now, in the worst case scenario, well, I just throw up my shield and laugh at it. But in this case here, they are targeting the lance, so I get to be a little cheeky and just run around the side, and as the bad guys show up, we just decide to shotgun them to death. Okay, these guys, we've got an assault rifle and what? And a submachine gun. And they only have eyes for my sniper. So that partly works in my favor so long as I'm able to distract them long enough to be able to deliver shots. Sadly, I'm not, so my secondary question is, what's a way that I can get this guy to move so that they're still useful? It's like if I just run... oh, that works perfectly. Because then I get a pot shot on the tank. It's not perfect because they're sort of moving right to left. Yeah. Actually, out of curiosity, Bamboozle Ballet, how much of this game have you seen before? I don't mind. I definitely don't mind going, going into some detail about how it all works. But sometimes it's fun to just watch the game being played. Okay, so I get at least one shot off. This thing's still going to be standing by the end. Oh, here's something I didn't consider. So, here I am congratulating myself for how clever I am, and I have put my lance in a perfect spot to get hit, so there we go. So the tank shoots into the side of the building, I shoot the shotgun into the enemy, I sneak around the edge. Oh, but they still get a clear shot on me there. Well, nuts. Okay. So if I move up like that... Okay, so let's say I move... Okay, so the big lesson out of that is I can actually afford to be a little bit further away and still have them in the optimal range. Okay, that's right on the edge. 82% is not actually that great. But there's a really important detail, which is I can now wait out the turn, and then I can sneak behind my cover. Yep, that's exactly how I want to play that. Again, we're not doing anything with the melee unit. Their legs are better off, but my left arm is a bit banged up, so we'll just leave that be. Now, as I was saying, the fact of the matter is this tank is not... Like, this tank's definitely going to be alive, even with the work from the sniper rifle. Okay, I do not want to... It is super fun to, like, drop kick a tank, but I got other things I want to do with the Hermes. You thought a bit before, but carry on at your own pace. It's good to see the gameplay. Yeah, well, as you can see, I'm very meticulous in these kinds of games. I still wind up making the most outrageous mistakes, but that's sometimes part of the fun. But yeah, I definitely... one of the reasons why I started streaming is to be able to to share games that I find really interesting with people. So being able to talk about Phantom Brigade is part of one of the perks, let's say. But yeah, needless to say, if there's anything that doesn't make sense, the one worry that I have is, like, I always think most of the stuff that I do in these kinds of games is really obvious, and I am assured from my friends that these games are not very obvious to most people. And so, you know, some people are like, you know, just shut up and play the game, and other people are like, could you tell me what the hell is going on? This looks very beautiful, but I need context. I think I'm just going to do this at normal speed. I want to see how this turns out. Oh, Jesus, that's a good hit. Okay, so he's going to go crashing. His friend's probably going to trip over him. Nope, he turned around. He's still in the game. I admire his tenacity. I think we're going to just do the same... Oh, I would have done the same trick, except that he actually is out for my blood. So maybe what we do is we just stay put. And we get another another shotgun round on this guy. I feel like such a bastard. Okay. So because this guy's focusing on my... because this guy's going to be focusing on my lance, I'm going to let her rip with the assault rifle. Obviously need to make some provision for heat. Let's get a little distance between me and them. And then it's pretty clear here that there's only one thing for my sniper to do, which is just wait as soon as they turn the corner. Actually, there's one small thing I might be able to do to make this an even better shot for me. So we walk out. Yep, so they turn the corner right around the time I get in position. And what makes this a slightly more appealing shot is... So take a look at the shot that I need to take on, like, so I peek around the corner here. The way that they're moving is sort of the right to left motion. Now it's on a diagonal, so it's not completely, like it's not as bad as it could be. But what I do is, God, I gotta remember that there's scrap there, so that might ruin it. But if I take the shot from this side, oops, can watch that same movement. Get myself out of the way a little bit. Okay, so I'm slightly off the side, but again, the overall movement is, there's a lot less variation. And so as a result, it's an easier shot. Now, I mean, if you play a lot of FPSs, this is not news, right? You know, if you've got an enemy running towards you, chances are you're going to do your amazing sniper shot, and if you got a lot of, you know, if you got someone who's, if you've got someone who's moving sort of right to left, well, or left to right, Oddly enough, it doesn't matter what direction they're moving. But if you've got a target that's moving fairly rapidly, in front of your field of view, then that's a hard shot to make. So I think I missed the chance to do a second shot doing that. I think if I try and pack another one in, I got barrier. We'll live a little. All right, I think that guy's dead. Okay, so he's going to eject because we took out his... Oh, maybe he won't. He's limping. No, he's only got a shield, so we'll wait out the... We'll wait out the remainder of the turn. Maybe I'll get my own people out of the way. And next turn he should eject. Exciting. All hostiles eliminated, site under control. 55-second battle, 1,508 damage taken. Almost certainly half of that was me hitting my own guys. 8,000 damage inflicted, 2 away from it. 102 actions planned, 2 kilometers traveled, 5 units destroyed, 310 supplies, and a partridge in a pear tree. All gray, so I will not bother equipping stuff at the end. And I'm actually at the point where I normally would have stopped streaming, but as I said, we're anticipating a patch coming soon, or an update rather. There are patches that aren't updates for this game, so I am gonna try and finish out the province before the end of tonight, and that is all to your benefit because that just means that I get to stream a little bit longer. It's to my benefit too. I mean, I'm being able to play this game is an absolute joy. So if I get to put a couple of extra minutes in, so much the better. The only thing is it is midnight and I got a little work to do. So, all right, where there's smoke, there's hubbub at the front of the base. When you go to check, your pilot points you towards a wisp of smoke in the distance. Might be a village or something. One of them says we should probably check it out. Longer stream, huzzah. Thank you, Olaf. It's again, I mentioned it before. It's actually really nice. So, when there's a quiet chat, I don't feel too bad about it because I know pretty much since I started streaming that it's 5 a.m. where you are. My God, Beb. So are you up really late, or are you just starting your day? I appreciate you hanging out one way or the other. I've definitely been doing some 5 a.m. like being up all night days, and I feel like garbage every single time. It's late. Oh, okay. I hope you get enough sleep. I don't know what your work schedule or what your obligations are like tomorrow, but I appreciate you spending the time with me for sure. Just make sure you take care of yourself. Your last week's stream was a struggle because I did not get a lot of sleep. Okay. What are we up against? Oh, come on! Oh, Christ, there's a village raid? Damn it. Okay, you can attempt to gain control of the structure by mounting an assault with your squad. Okay, good. I thought it might be one over here, but no, it looks like... looks like they're referring to the region. Alright, answering the cry, you hear the commotion in the village as you get closer. A few of the villagers see your base as it rolls in, and you can hear the relief flood... see the relief flood their faces. Are you here to help us? One of them cries. No, we're here to rob you. No, suit up. Scare the enemy soldiers away from the village. Again, we got absolutely nothing to equip on our guys. We'll just suit up. Decelerating. Let's flank and finish them off. Oh, this is going to get interesting. 4 contacts on the field, all mechs, and we are right in the middle of it. And the badass music is coming off. All right. So, good news. Sniper bro here is going to shoot into the side of a mountain. This guy is going to get a good shot. This guy is going to get a good shot. What? What? Oh, good lord. They've all got sniper rifles. What am I going to do? Okay. I 100% can make that shot. So in this case, I'm gonna take my sniper and I'm gonna focus entirely on that unit. Hopefully we'll be able to take him out. Okay. Yeah. So my hope for my Hermes. So part of this is a little bit of a puzzle, right? So we've got a hill in the middle here, which I can use as cover. So given that I know the attack is coming from this side, I don't exactly want to be running in front of the fire from the from my behemoth, but I might be able to pace it out correctly. Let's just see how that works. Oh, that's going to be great. Okay, so we've cleared the threat. Well, not exactly. Like they're still attacking me. So the place I actually want to be is somewhere in this area around here. Let's say over here. Now I get there at the 3-second mark. So one thing I want to do with my Sleipnir is to deal with a sniper rifle. And the way that the melee works in the game right now actually makes this a lot harder than it seems, because if I want to just try and attack them, So what I was trying to do was something like... Oh man, can I make it? Zoop! Okay, I'm going to take a little damage off of this, but God, this is going to be satisfying. I'm not that brave. Hey, the Eyes of Sin. Unfortunately, you need to lurk. Have a great one. Yeah, no problem, Bamboozle Ballet. Like I said, I'm close to the end of the stream, so it's, you know, it's nice. Actually, I was talking about Olaf. You know, I've kind of known that people like lurking on the channel a lot, and it's a niche for me. It's something I really appreciate. But when you have a quiet chat, it's tough sometimes, right? You want to do your best, and sometimes it's a little difficult. Like you wonder, are people liking what you're doing or that? But you know, one thing I really appreciate about Olaf in particular is the fact that you know, he lurks, but he's been really good at just sort of giving that little reminder at the end. You know, it's like, hey, I liked watching this, and that I think really works, because one, I never want to sound like needy. I never want to be one of those streamers who's like, hey guys, you know, what do you think about that GameStop stock, huh? Let me know your thoughts inside of chat. Like, you know, that's not quite my thing. With all due respect to people who do that style, right? Everybody's got their own own approach, but it doesn't quite do it for me, if I'm honest with myself. But it is, I don't know, it's just nice to sort of be able to connect you know, connect that quiet chat with knowing that somebody's in the chat and enjoying it. Anyways, the Eyes of Sin, I am sorry. I'm sorry I didn't properly acknowledge you. I don't take attendance. I'm always really, really happy to see you here. And for those of you who do not know the Eyes of Sin, she streams occasionally, so I will give her that shout out. But she is the mastermind behind these excellent emotes. These are the ones that you get if you subscribe to the channel. And she really knocked it out of the park. She is available for hire. You can hire her through her Twitter. You can also check out her Ko-fi page, which as soon as I get my browser up, you will see. So there is her Twitter, which she posts to every once in a while. And for those of you that would like to check out her art, she tends to post the most recent stuff on this site over here. And as I'm always fond of, as I'm always fond of saying, she, you know, she makes a living doing this, right? She's talented enough to do it, and she is somebody who, you know, definitely has enhanced my my life and my experience online. She's got a couple of great. She's done great emotes for some really good broadcasters. Totally Not Valken, who stops by every once in a while, very frequently uses her Octavian emotes. But let's face it, like it's really hard to make it as a professional artist. And so for those of you that have the means, I do always want to encourage. I'm sorry that it comes up so regularly whenever she visits, but it's something I really feel strongly about. If you do have the Thank you so much, Olaf. I know it's been a really long time since the Eyes of Sin has been able to use the emotes that she provided. That means a lot. Thank you so much, Olaf. But yeah, again, for those of you that have the means, again, keeping in mind that Olaf just so kindly gifted a sub to the Eyes of Sin, you know, this is how she makes her living. And for those of you who, you know, the $5 donation or whatever you want to give isn't that big of a deal, I'd encourage you to do it. If for what it's worth, it was her birthday at the start of the month too, so that's another good reason to do it. She's somebody who I have really enjoyed some chats off of broadcast with. She's definitely somebody who I think has a lot of talents, up to and including voice acting talent, by the way. She's not just available for emotes, but she's the one who did the voiceover for the Horizon Zero Dawn Kickstarter, among other things. But yeah, the Eyes of Sin is definitely you know, a cherished member of the community, such as the community is. And there's definitely a reason why I like being able to talk up her, you know, her artistic abilities and her contributions. She's definitely somebody who I think is worthy of the attention. And I know, you know, the first time you shout someone out, first time you say something, you're not always going to get the response. But hopefully the repetition is what's going to get people to check things out. And I thank those of you who are patient about it, who, you know, maybe for whatever reason it doesn't quite work for you. I appreciate those of you who have toughed out my my gushing over the Eyes of Sin's artistic talents, because as far as I'm concerned, she is the bee's knees. All right, I'm not so sure if I'm going to be able to make this attack on the hill work. I am, however, protected from the bad guys. I mean, it's what I got, right? So get my melee unit out of the way so that my assault can I mean, I've got a couple of really optimistic shots that I'm doing on some of these. Now, I have a few options with the lance. I think it's going to get really crowded on that hill, and the lance is the one that's actually best positioned to be able to absorb the nonsense that's going to be thrown its way. You know what? The triple dash is actually worth... Well, no, it's not worth it. I am, however, going to be able to get close enough to start delivering shotguns at people. So, because the music for this is so good, everything's going to be in slow-mo. Oh, that's glorious. Already taken out, my god. He is out. He's not going to survive the shotgun. I should have focused on this guy. So sadly this... Wait, why is he attacking... He should be attacking this unit. No! Yeah, maybe he'll survive it. Sniper shots are going to make it a tough one, though. So, assuming they make it through, we get the scrap. But at this point, the clear focus has to be on this guy. And it looks like they really don't care for my lance. That's fine, because my lance doesn't really care for them. So we're going to move back a little bit. Basically maintain the distance. And conveniently, I got a sniper in place. Okay, that works out. So the question here would be, is there anything I can meaningfully do to stop the, stop the damage that's coming in here? Not really. So second best, we throw up the shield and we deal with the damage as it comes in, sort of fix them in place, and then the shotgun is a follow-up. And honestly, that's really more about the fact that it's what I can do. This thing's probably going to get taken out by the sniper fire on its own. But like, what else am I going to do with the turn, really? Okay, this guy... Oof. Gotta find a way behind a hill as quickly as I can get. It's all collisions, huh? Okay, so if I zip up and then dash down like that. Yeah, not bad. It's probably a little overly cautious, but... So basically, we'll take a look at what's happening to my, Sleipnir. They're shooting up at them. They zip down, they shoot through the mountain. And sadly, we don't quite catch up with them in time, but they're in big trouble when I do. So, as a second best, we get Hermes to run up, strike a dashing pose at the top of the mountain, yell, "Leave my friend alone." Only don't get overheated doing it. Man, they really take their time to get moving, don't they? Okay, well, they stay put then. Then they strike their dashing pose on the hill. I wonder if I can double that up. I get a little toasty, but it looks cool. Alright, again, because the music is so great on this in particular, we're going to watch this in slow motion. I apologize for the trees. So, we got tagged by one of the sniper shots. Okay, dodged the next one. They dash down. He lies in wait. His arms down. Oh, he's toast. And he's stuck in place now. Stop, stop, he's already dead. Alright, how brave is this guy? Okay, he's gonna eject, so we'll leave him be. We'll watch the dramatic defeat. But we'll get to enjoy the music one last time. Oh, we will. You might call this the mockery shield, but this is the respect shield. I'm just doing this slow-mo because I actually really like this track. Wait, he may not finish his... Okay, no, he does have an ejection. I realize that was rather egregious, but 15-second encounter, 329 damage taken, 4,111 damage inflicted, no units lost, no subsystems on site, 42 actions planned, half a kilometer traveled, 2 units destroyed, no parts on site, 176 supplies, and lots of rare parts, uncommon parts. So a Blackbird, an arrow, new sniper rifle, so I want to take a quick look at that, although whether or not it does what my beloved Midway does is a question. And another Blackbird. I think that's a body. It's definitely what was on the last guy we looked at. So all in all, not a bad little haul. I think I'm like 10 times more likely to do an entire encounter in slow motion if that track that we were listening to is playing. I just really like... I think, actually, one thing I really appreciate about the way that the music works in this. So you've got the planning music, you've got the action music, which is great. But it's particularly the fact that like the transition between the two is so smooth. And it kind of picks up where it left. Like... They've really, like, everything about this in terms of the, I think like one of my first stream titles for this was like Tactics Goes to Hollywood. Like, this is a really great tactical combat game, but what really pushes it over the top, what makes this so special, is the fact that like everything about this just reeks of style. Like everything that can look cool looks cool. Everything that sounds good sounds good. Like this game is just full of style, and it makes it an absolute joy to play. Like, I think one of the reasons why it is so effective at being able to kind of communicate that feeling is that you spend your time setting up your plan, right? Like, it's maybe worth mentioning the game that it gets compared to sometimes, and from a gameplay standpoint, they're actually very different games. But so Frozen Synapse is a game where you don't know what your enemy is about to do. You can plan out their moves, but basically you're in the dark and you're building your plan around what you think might happen. Phantom Brigade's the total opposite. In Phantom Brigade, you have total knowledge of what's about to happen to you, and it's more a question about how you react. So from that point of view, this game is a lot closer to Into the Breach than it is to Frozen Synapse. And yet, I really feel that the reason why the comparison is made is that you spend... So in Frozen Synapse, Paul Kilduff Taylor, who I think was a producer on it, possibly designer. I don't know exactly what their responsibilities are. From my understanding, they're a musician, but it's hard to make it in the music business. It's not easy to make in the games business either, but that was one way that they could get their music out, was by doing the soundtracks for their games. And what makes Frozen Synapse really special is the fact that you have... You know, the music's really good for sort of the planning stuff, and you get a really similar feeling to Phantom Brigade in the sense of you get to see your plan play out, and it's often very rewarding. So even though these games are actually quite different gameplay-wise, I think the thing that keeps drawing me back to them, and the thing that makes me like feel good playing it, is being able to sort of see my effort play out. And where Phantom Brigade really excels is that it's not just, you know, in the case of Frozen Synapse, you kind of have these very abstract creations. In the case of Phantom Brigade, it's like watching the movie. It's like watching all the cool bits of the movie strung out, and you know that you were the one to have set that up. So there's that wonderful idea of sort of setting up your plan, and the experience of seeing it pay off, complete with, you know, epic soundtrack and beautiful animation, is just it's really the icing on the cake. It's a really well done little package, and like in one sense every 5 seconds is kind of the same, right? I have a set of problems and I resolve a set of problems. It's kind of been a constant upward trajectory for me in the sense that I've kind of won. I don't think we've actually lost an encounter on this playthrough yet. But it's still been incredibly satisfying to just see all of this stuff play out. Like sometimes it's fun to just beat the crap out of the computer, right? Anyways, let's see what we've got. So it was a blackbird and an arrow. So first of all, we've got the blackbird here. Better mass, but why is it? Ah, it's the empty plating. I can still equip that though. But then I would give up all this dissipation. Yeah, that doesn't do it for me. Anyways, lots of upper bodies for me to share around. Nothing on the left items, right items, right, the lock. So, okay. Yeah. This is actually one of these rare cases I'm willing to bring on the, Okay, so here's why I actually think the lock is worthwhile for me to equip here. Remember what my complaint with my previous marksman was, that, yeah, it's all well and good that I do 6 shots, the damage by volley is really impressive, but, like, how many of those shots are actually hitting? What I've got right now is this really good midway. It does 2 shots. Each individual shot does 281 damage. And the fact of the matter is, most of the time, it actually delivers. So now we can compare this to the lock, right? So the lock has 5 shots, which means it's going to have a longer interval. It's actually going to have a ridiculously long interval. But it's 210 damage per hit. So, 70 damage less for each individual bullet, but it does 5 of them. So I don't know. I kind of feel like that's a trade-off I'm at least willing to entertain. It may still not turn out, but it's one that I would like to at least try. It is a bit higher on the heat, but again, if that duration is going so long, I'm not entirely sure that's going to matter. So let's see whether or not this guy delivers on their promise. Now, as far as the arms, we've got a light arrow. I don't know. It's not a whole lot. Not a whole lot to write home about here. And we also have blackbird legs. That surprises me. Excellent hydraulics, excellent hydraulics. Slightly better integrity, but slightly worse heat dissipation. And frankly, I prefer the heat dissipation. So we're not going to color the sniper rifle till we know it works with our loadout. But we may want to equip our brave soldiers with something new. So I really went crazy on the empty plating. This blackbird medium is very attractive across a number of dimensions. So let's compare it with the beam that I was using before. Okay, so this thing is a bit heavier, better heat dissipation, so that's a small worry given that yeah, I don't know. I still feel like the Blackbird's the right way to go with this. But I do need an answer for the heat. No, actually, you know what? It's the heat capacity that I need. The dissipation isn't that big of a worry for this guy. We haven't seen an assault rifle in a while. Okay, arms. Currently I'm rocking a Nox medium. I mean, Nox medium is a pretty standard part. You'd think that we'd have something a little more exciting. I guess it's the fact that I'm able to put that... everything else has like defensive subsystems, and the fact that I was able to put hydraulics in this Nox medium arm is probably the thing that's really carrying it forward. Although here's an important question. Why didn't I equip this Nox light when I could? Admittedly, it's with empty plating, but the overall integrity is higher, the mass is better, and the heat dissipation is better. So we'll strip out the gyro because we can always use a new one. Oh, hang on. I gotta remember my color schemes. For parts I'm auditioning, I don't mind keeping them. I don't mind keeping them on, on the default colors. But for stuff I'm for sure taking off of my mechs. I want to get. I want to make sure they get properly cleared out. This Nox can't be that hard to find. Oh wow, that's a really old part. Okay. I'm pretty sure anything else that I consider as an alternative at this point is just going to seem like a complete waste of time. I suppose one small detail I could look at would be the other bean arm. Yeah, so if I put a hollow subsystem on it, then basically it wouldn't have any integrity, and I'd still probably be a bit heavier. Better heat dissipation, but I don't know, like having a right arm that's actually able to withstand attacks is kind of important to me, so. And some kick-ass Blackbird medium legs that I'm pretty sure... Yeah, so excellent hydraulics. I mean, these things have got the great mass, right? So the Hermes now has 28 speed. I'm pretty sure this thing runs faster than its thruster. So we'll give it the proper livery when the time comes. I don't think there's anything for me to look at here. I don't even think I got heavy parts. There might be some new toys here, though. Not as many as I thought. So this thing's got a pretty high integrity. No. It's because I gave it empty plating. God, actually, that's really good then if it's... Yeah, that bead arm is actually earning its keep. Oh, this is surprising. So these aero medium legs. Good lord. Yeah, so slightly worse for barrier, but better mass and a significant improvement to integrity. So these legs have served me well, but I think it's time that we move on. Again, adjusting the colors and such just as a reminder that I've moved to a new part. There's no question on this one. This is 100% what I want in this unit. It's going to look a little funny. The Blackbird legs definitely look a bit unusual on mechs that have different loadouts. But that's part of the fun, right? Like to be able to come up with your own fun designs. Okay, looking good overall. I don't think there's anything else for me to really check out, so let's make some magic happen. The real point of interest here is going to be IFF response negative, treating as hostile, requesting immediate reinforcements. 3 contacts, and the next wave is on turn 3. So really what I want to have here, Polaris needs to make it rain. Like we got to see whether or not we got what we paid for with this sniper rifle. Yeah, this thing's firing with a cannon, and I don't care. Like, I'm just... I want to see this thing deliver. I guess I could try something like this. Let's be a little closer to the action a little bit sooner. The other big question for me is whether or not I can... well, I don't know. Still, two of those shots at the start of the round, that's not completely offensive. Okay, so I gotta move you forward first. Good. Hopefully I didn't just sabotage my melee unit. We should be able to handle it. Okay, so we'll wait out the attack. Plan here is just to move from cover to cover until... Oof. I'm pretty much pinned down then. Alright, not a great fate for my melee unit, but we can make it work. Now my Hermes is going to be a little bit of a liability because it moves so fast. Like everything is going to get in its way. I'm a little lucky in the fact that nothing seems to... Oh, really? Well, this is why I paid for the mobility, right? To be able to make moves like this. Okay, so we zip through. We don't care what anybody else is doing because we're super fast and we can get across the map in one turn. Okay. It's like a long shot, but it's free. It's a free attack, so why not take it, right? Okay, so we know that Polaris is going to take some damage, but this is, this, as far as I'm concerned, this is kind of like the cost of running experiments. So I can live with that. We do have a little more zip on the Lance, but I suspect that probably they're going to get eaten alive by these three. So here's, again, I don't really study the AI for games. Like, I just kind of, I like it when the computer surprises me on stuff. But if I were the AI looking at the positioning of Tango right now, on the next turn, I would say there's really no way that this thing is going to be able to move meaningfully. And so it would make sense to have some focus fire on them. The one saving grace is there is a hill in the way. And so this tank may not be as effective in doing damage to them. There's obviously a sniper that's out in the open. So it's maybe not the obvious step. But given that Tango is a slow mover, and they're fairly aggressively positioned relative to where the enemy are, it's possible that the AI might say, it's like, okay, yeah, we're willing to actually focus because there's really nothing that they can do about this individual unit. But we'll see. All right. Yeah, I mean it takes out tanks in single hits, so that's already put a smile on my face. Ah. That's the hidden cost. All right. I pretty much hide behind buildings the whole time, so we're good against that tank. I inexplicably start that shot right when the thing is behind a hill, so let's try that again. Open fire, and it takes... Well, okay, it could be worse, but... This genuinely gives me... Like, I'm not 100% sure what to think of the sniper now. There are some things about it that I actually quite like. I know I overheat, but it's so hard for me not to just take advantage of the second shot. They're gonna have their shield up on my Hermes from the 2-minute to 3-minute mark. We're gonna zip around. It's not an ideal shot, but clever. The 2 to 3 window is exactly. So basically that's timed out for when my cooldown finishes. Neat. Make it happen. Dropping in. Command is getting impatient. Let's get this over and done with. Okay. They got in close. This is almost certainly a job for the Lance. And really this is just a question of get in close and fire as many shotgun shells at them as possible. So I suspect they will not be standing by the end of that turn. Huh. So I'm going to just accept the standard... I'm just going to go for the standard sniper shot. I'm actually going to leave him alone. Because I would like to get into position for our new guests. Who... Oh! Glorious. They are in perfect range. Okay, so I'm going to be cooking a bit. I'll just try and hide behind some cover on the odd chance that they do actually deliver their shots. And what? I mean, really, their whole existence is to shoot at the Sleipnir and do nothing else, so I'm gonna... Okay, I'm actually gonna do something a little weird here. I'm going to do the single attack, and what I'm actually a little more interested in is getting the Hermes into the next fight. So ideally, I'm gonna be able to get some oh. It's not ideal, but I can at least get a couple shots off. The hope here is that we're going to do enough damage to this guy to knock him out of the fight. But there's no guarantee that that's going to happen, so let's see how it goes. Okay, well, he's face down. Just lost his legs. It is entirely possible that he's going to still be in the fight. Yep, he's still attacking, so... this guy's going to eject. Good news there. He is gonna... Okay, well, I don't really blame him for shooting at the Hermes, so it's just as easy for the Hermes to jump down. And given that... So given that this thing's going to be limping towards the Sleipnir, I think it's just as easy for me to sort of run... Ooh, yeah, that's the cost of... Wow, really? I gotta be able to do better than that. Do something like that for starters. Okay, nice. So basically, this is just a quick little strafe on the enemy. I'm really... Actually, you know what? How much does this do per volley? 453? Okay, yeah, it's possible he'll lose the arm off of that. I'm trying to give him an opportunity to eject. So in the meantime, what kind of misery can I inflict on the enemy here? I'm running a little hot, but... And this guy's ejecting. So yeah, it's possible that we'll see the end of this this round. It sort of depends how the rest of this works. And I guess I really only sketched in what I was doing with Kilo. So really, the threat to me is done. 3-minute mark. But if I head immediately left, then I get attacked. So in this case, I am going to run up behind the lance, and I don't know, given how much we're pounding on them with the sniper rifle, I feel like I gotta get a... I won't respect myself if I don't... Oh, hang on. Yeah, if I don't get at least one shotgun blast off on them. That guy's still kicking around, and he still wants to do damage. Okay, this guy's given up. So it's all focused on this guy now. Really? There we go. Excuse me. Sleipnir's mad that it has to run across the map again. Guess he didn't get a chance to eject. Alright, right arm's down. He's ejecting this turn. Fun. 30-second battle, 384 damage taken, 8,042 damage inflicted, 60 actions planned, 1,187 meters traveled, 2 units destroyed, 93 supplies. In this case, actually I tend to prefer using the site inventory. Vidar Heavy, a Svalin Shield. Interesting. I'm not entirely convinced that's going to be a replacement for me, but we'll see. 6 hours of salvage, 2 more battles, and we should be good to go. Now, while this is running, I guess it doesn't matter if it's running. I do want to see if there's something you can do in the inventory. So we have all parts here, but it does sort of invite a question for something like, okay, well, you know, look, this is a lot of parts, which is going to be great, and I think this is going to be a part of the game that I really enjoy, but the fact of the matter is, like, am I really... I don't even know if there's a better way for me to scroll through this. But, like, when it really comes down to it, right, am I actually going to... like, am I ever going to take these Elbrus mediums? Like, what am I realistically going to do with them here? And so far as I can tell, there really isn't anything. You just kind of accumulate these items, which I'm not really sure what to make of that. Especially given that these things kind of wind up being these sneaky sinks for, you know, really good parts. I don't know. I still got to get a read in terms of exactly how the parts work. I feel like there are some improvements that could be made to make the system a little more... I don't know if I want to say intuitive, but like I sort of feel like I'm clicking my mouse a lot more than I need to for certain decisions that I want to make in terms of the way that I'm equipping my units. And the fact that I have a bunch of, you know, low-level gray gear that I'm clearly never going to put on a mech unless the game like defaults to it, that sort of makes me think that there might be something else that can be done with this. But again, that is actually a very minor... to be honest, it's a very minor consideration for me. You know, I'm pretty happy with my ability to make changes to my mechs. We're an hour over already. Still have 2 battles. Looks like a third one with the War Memorial. I don't think I've ever had a case where the War Memorial produces anything but another battle. One of your pilots, calls out for the mobile base to stop. In the field you're passing, she spotted the burned out wreckage of a mech. It's got our flag, but it doesn't look like one of ours, boss. It must be an old model. Grass has grown over parts of it, and it looks in a terrible state, but you'll need to get closer for a proper look. It doesn't look too far from here. Shall we go look when your pilot's asked? That could be interesting. Location revealed. Yeah, it looks like we're heading toward... Nope. It's all the other side of the... all on the other side of the map. But if we have a new update coming, I want to get all the locations done, so 3 more battles, possibly 4. You approach with caution, but the coast is clear. There are more abandoned mechs here than you could see from the road, and they seem to be getting more numerous the further away from the road you get. Oh, I know where we are, your pilot exclaims. I heard that there were some memorials from the old war out here, but I've never seen them. If we have time, I'd love to pay my respects, another says. As your mobile base trundles towards the memorial, you hear a commotion up front. It looks like some enemy troops have set up shop in the memorial, creating some kind of base here. We can't let this stand, says one of your pilots. It's meant to be a peaceful place, but we have to evict them, right, boss? Suit up. Alright, so... couple of things that I want to change. First of all, nope, Behemoth is... I'm still deciding on the sniper rifle. I think I'm going to keep it. It's just a very different way of operating than I'm used to. But this Blackbird outfit, we are well ready. I'm debating about switching to Arctic, actually. But I guess I was going... Was it Arctic Sky or was it no, I feel like it was Ocean that I was using for this one. Nope, Ocean's... Oh no, yep, Ocean is exactly what it is. Alright, let's see what we're working with here. So, Vidar Heavy, extra integrity, which is nice. I just don't see this thing working for... Like, any of the mechs that are going to want to equip that, I just don't see it happening. Svalin is definitely a Lance upgrade, if anything. And sidearm that's not too exciting. More locks, but they're gray. And some heavy arrow legs, but they've got a positive mass modifier, so those legs might be something I want to put on one of my other mechs. So it's very unlikely this is going to replace the... Oh god, no. Yeah. So I don't see this Vidar replacing it, but you never know. Better integrity. Power can be replaced. The mass... Well... Okay. So I'm going to throw an excellent reactor on this. An excellent reactor and a standard core and see what happens. Yeah, heat dissipation makes all the difference. I mean, in fairness, like this unit sort of seems like the sort of thing where you might want to have the higher integrity, but the fact of the matter is an extra 100 is not the end of the world, right? Well, 140. 140 on something like this is not quite moving the needle in the same way that it would be on one of my lighter units. And then I also, again, have that massive shield. However, we may have an upgrade. Oh, Jesus. So I throw some empty plating on that thing. Oh, interesting. Let's actually lose a little bit. You know, this gives me a very small improvement to my speed. So I think I'm going to switch it out. That's what I get for saying it wasn't going to be an upgrade. I mean, it's a very marginal benefit, but it is a clear benefit, so... close to 15 speed. That's pretty respectable. Wait. Give me my blueberry. So yeah, I think this is going to be another trial run for that sniper rifle. Overall, though, there's no way these legs are getting replaced. Yeah, I mean, the hydraulics... The hydraulics are kind of overstating the benefit of the Blackbird a little bit. But the gyros... I don't know, like... I'm happy with what I got now. I might consider the alternative later. Command, rebel units just entered our visual range. I'm outnumbered and requesting a rapid response team ASAP. So we get to steal stuff, and we get 3 turns to make these guys uncomfortable. So medium handgun and shield, and... Oh, good lord. Yeah, you guys are in trouble. I need to get a slightly better angle with my sniper, but this is a dream for them. So again, I'm going to be roasting at the end of this shot, so it's going to take me a while to get to the next step. I'm going to just accept that my melee unit's not going to be able to do anything this round because they are being shot at. Well, I won't be completely cowed by it. I'll at least pick up the new item. Let's see what the Hermes has to offer. So here this is really just me shooting at them because I can. What I really like the rest of the turn to be is starting to focus on this guy though. So we'll run up like that. That's way too close. Okay, actually, it's not as bad as I thought. And then the Lance has got a... Oh god. Are you standing in the middle of the road? Oh yeah, because it's the optimal location. Okay. Again, I'm forgetting that my lance actually gets some distance now, so not quite enough to move the needle though. So sadly, that was the left shield, so they're still probably going to be running through it all. I guess the good news is nobody hates the... Really? Oh no, hang on, this is the Hermes. Okay. So I think in this case we're gonna switch dance partners. This is admittedly a really weird move for the... Actually, okay, this is a little silly, but... Oh, God, okay. Given the fact that I'm making way for my ally, I might as well just have it. Yeah, I really don't like the fact that I'm getting hit in the back with the Hermes, but what am I going to do, right? Okay, so we fire away with the shotgun, Here I get a slightly better angle with my sniper. Wait for the cooldown to hit. Oof. That is a narrow window where I can make something happen. I think at this point I just need to get ready for an alternative location. And while I'm at it, I can stop being a baby and of course. You know what? I'm just gonna stop caring about damage. Both still standing. Drone is a rough location of the crate, but we're gonna need another ping to ensure it's picked up. Stay at the location to finish this. Okay. I cannot afford to ignore damage. That is a lot that my unit just took. Okay, he's ready to eject. That's good. I think at this point it's just a straight up brawl. And I'll let the Lance deliver the pummeling. And what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to wait out the attack, and we'll head back in. Who doesn't have an order? I'm totally fine with the people who don't have orders. Commander, the base is circled around to the perimeter. We're ready to pick up the squad if needed. Okay, so I think this is going to be the turn where the... Oh no, we still have one more turn before the bad guys show up. This guy's very determined. So the Hermes still has some time to cover. Okay, right arm down, assuming that it's not taken out. Cool. So they're gonna eject at the end of next turn. Sierra 2 on the field. What's taking you so long? Surround them and finish them off. 2 new contacts. This guy's gonna eject. And we're doing pretty well as far as locations are concerned. So I'm gonna try and get... I want to make sure that I move my melee unit so that they're going to be engaging in the same, sort of on the same plane. The real question here is, oof, okay. How do I get these guys in range? This is the only chance I'm gonna get to just do 2 full rounds on them, so I gotta make hay. Okay, so I don't want to collide with this guy, so we'll move up. Basically, as soon as I can, open fire. Try and keep myself from overheating too much, but nuts. I get 2 measly shots and that's it. Well, with that in mind, I guess it just means that... Actually, you know what? I like to think of myself as an equal opportunity sort of fellow. Okay, right arm down, and that guy just got taken out. So I'm pretty sure it's eject and we're done. Oh no, he's got a sidearm. Crumbs. Alright. Wait a little longer. This is the chance for my my Sleipnir to really show the world what they're made out of. Oh, Jesus Christ, was that a one-shot? Oh my god. That's amazing. 30-second fight, 538 damage taken, 7,440 damage inflicted, 57 actions planned, a kilometer traveled, 2 units destroyed, 161 supplies, and all commons, which are not going to be touched. Freedom! You've successfully liberated this province, and the people rejoice. The relief is palpable. One of your pilots wanders over to you as you watch the people dance in the streets. I know there's a lot more to do, she says, but shouldn't we celebrate the small victories? She and some of the other pilots would like to celebrate with the people. We will take the 6 hours, 200 supply, and recover some of our fatigue. Now, I'm not 100% sure, so given the fact that we have liberated Rostland, it's possible that I can still do these events with the update. It's also possible that the update won't affect the provinces, but it seems to me just as well to to work through my work through my to-do list. It's only 2 more engagements. It's not going to take that long. I mean, well, this is me we're talking about. It'll take longer than planned, but I'm happy to do it. So yeah, a couple of things that I've noticed through playing this a little bit longer. So it's one thing that's possible is that I'm finding the game a bit easier because I might have just inherited. There may have been some balance changes, and because I've been continuing on with the same save, I might have inherited a very advantageous position. But I will admit, like, supply. A lot of my parts generally just don't feel all that useful to me right now. So it'd be nice if I could find something else to do with them. But I don't know. Overall, this is quite fun. Defended. Your recon says that this place is defended. You'll need to take it by force if you want anything out of there. We only found greys in the last area, so we will jump straight into the fight. Oh, sorry. I should have put some livery on my new sniper rifle. It's good. Again, it's different, which probably makes me feel a little more hostile to it than I should. All right, what are we up against? There's a tank, 2 tanks. Oh, 2 tanks and a mech. Okay, that's easy. And marksman rifle. So who does the marksman rifle hate? Okay, that's coming after my melee unit, but I think if I just put them behind one concrete bunker, or not bunker, but one wall, yeah, we mock them. So, question number 1, can I use my sniper rifle? Number 2, how soon? Hermes has got to get out of the way. Interesting. Oh, but they'll still be shooting a wall, so we're fine. That maybe not so much, though. So if I run up like this instead. Okay, I still get my shot. They get a clear shot on me, too. Okay, so shoot. Alright, yeah, I can make that work. So it's a little weird in terms of the timing, but nothing I can't handle. This is gross overall. Okay, so if I put myself up on the hill here, I think I'm too close to everybody to make for this to actually be a meaningful. Oh, yeah. Okay. I mean, sadly, I gotta play the hand I'm dealt. So it's probably a little too much damage that's happening on the marksman, but like, what else am I gonna do, right? And here, again, I just moved the land. In the case of the lance, I'm just really moving them at the start of the turn so that I can get stuff done. So I am curious to see what kind of damage we do to this guy. I'm still getting a read in terms of what I can accomplish. All right. Well, I think this guy. No, he's not down because he's got a sidearm. Yeah. Okay, looks like somebody still wants to hurt my melee unit. No, they do not. All right, so good news for me. So figure secondary attack, and then I get to... Oh, interesting. Well, you know what? I'll take it, because that just gets me on the path for the next one. One, two... No. Okay. So what I'm going to do instead is I'll move my... Okay, I know how I'm handling this. We'll switch dance partners. Again, I take these really weird routes with the Hermes just because they move too fast. Okay, so zip around. Huh. Everybody hates them. Well, I'm kind of done trying to make this work without damage. I know the last time I said ignore damage, I actually wound up paying for it pretty heavily with my unit, but the thing is, I really don't have a lot of really good options right now, so okay, not crazy about where the lance is and all of that, so let's slightly adjust his position. Oh, that's right, I was dodging shots. Okay, so we'll wait out the bullets. This is kind of fun because it would probably do damage to his ally, but yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of this turn, but I think I'll accomplish most of what I want. It's a lot of damage my guys took. Okay, this guy's ready to eject. Leave this guy in place. Oh yeah, I still need to actually take out the tanks. Oof. Alright, they tripped over something. I'm really just trying to get to pick up the item. Oh, actually, with that in mind, so I'll wait out the 2 attacks, and then I can just move the Hermes. Move the Hermes closer. Take the long way around with the lance. Let's move in a little closer. So one thing is, I am making a bit of an assumption about whether or not this thing's going to be in action. I can do something to tilt the scales in my favor, it looks like. Okay, that's locked in place, so that's going to be useless for my sniper, but... Cool, so we'll have some reinforcements to deal with in a minute, but for now we will enjoy the fruits of our labors. So the Hermes is kind of locked in place for one turn, which is not great because we've got new enemies arriving, but didn't quite think that through. And we've got two new contacts. Pretty far away, but the sniper is actually in not a bad spot to deal with them. Yeah, I think just getting a good clean... Oh, that may not be a clean shot at all. Okay, let's try and get you on the top of the hill then. Yeah, it's too far away. Ugh! Alright, I hate myself for doing 80% on that, but... So I'm gonna dash and run here, and this is just because... Oh, I don't have enough. Oh, okay, never mind. We can dash up the hill. What I'm kind of hoping for here is to be able to get a, you know, a welcome shotgun in. Doesn't look like it, but... Yeah, it's not even worth trying. This is where the Hermes would have been handy to have in the area, but kind of closed my options on that. What happened to you? That's hilarious. It just kind of dropped out of the sky and got... Okay, so they've got a sniper. One's focusing on the Sleipnirs, one's focusing on the lance. I think the lance will largely laugh at their attempts, but let's... I'm not exactly treating it like a major threat because the, obviously the, you know, I'm not putting my shield up for their attacks or anything. But I'm also not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure that I have a whole lot that I can do about this. So I got a good snipe in the middle there. I think just for safety, I'll put the Sleipnir. Okay, I'll put it behind the rocks, but I also want to make sure that I'm not directing it towards the lance, which is probably going to take a fair amount of damage from this attack. And finally, my beloved Hermes gets to bring themselves into the fray. And I think yeah, I just don't quite have the heat capacity to be able to do 2 in rapid succession anymore, so... I am fascinated to know what's going on with these animations. Wait, where'd they go? This is wild. It's like, it looks like basically they like fell through the earth. The only drawback is that they're it's actually kind of hard to damage them because they keep falling through the earth. So they might tag me at the end there, but I get my revenge. I mean, next best I can do is just kind of get myself in position, and I haven't been damaged yet, which is nice. I figure best I can do here is stand and deliver, and then just get in closer to try and... I mean, ideally I'll hit both of them. It's still a little far away. This guy's probably going to have stuff that's... Well, I mean, there are worse places I could be, I suppose. I suppose the time's come for me to bring my melee unit into the equation. We'll see what happens at the end of next turn. I suspect they're probably just going to attack the melee unit. Alright, so there's no way that I'm going to be able to attack this thing. Interesting. Alright, let's see if this resolves itself. Because failing that, I'm going to have to evacuate, which would not be my ideal solution, but, you know. Yeah. I don't know how else I'm gonna... I don't know how else I'm gonna manage the... the difference. Okay. Good God, what's happening here? It's like we were able to do some damage to them, but now we're back to... I'm genuinely fascinated by what's going on with this. Though, honestly, if I was smart, the thing I should be doing is just evacuating and sort of writing off the engagement. Cool. Okay, weren't in the range to see that. All right, they're back. So one of the you may wonder at this point, like, what's the point in continuing with this fight this way if the enemy's kind of appear and disappear. At this point, I just want to see how it works. Like, you know, there seems to be something that causes the units to jump in and out of the territory, and given that that seems to be the case, I sort of wonder what it's going to take to get this guy back in. Actually, here's one thing I could do. Let's just run across the map and see if I can whack him with a... Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Yeah, that mech's kind of far. I'm pretty sure we can't reach that. It's a bunch of damage to the back I took for no reason. Okay, it's been real, but I think at this point we just get our people out of here. I have a sneaking suspicion, though, that that's going to mean I have to redo this this encounter. Oof. That is a bit disappointing that I lost lost a body part off of that. Or somebody lost a body part. Oh, cool. That still counts. Okay. So this is my answer to why you would want to do the run part of a hit and run mission. When the enemies are at a negative Z coordinate, it is a highly desirable option. Although I am about half an hour, so I know my energy is kind of dropped. I've had a little bit of a stomach ache for the past, I don't know, let's say half an hour. But I only have one more battle, so we should be able to get through it. Johnny will be very disappointed that he missed this one. So, Dogs of War. It's quiet on the road, and you stop to let the pilot stretch their legs. Before you return to the base, though, one of your pilots comes bounding up to you, a bundle in her arms. "Look what I found," she cries. "I was just wandering around out there. No collar, no owner, no nothing." The bundle shifts, and two black eyes look up at you. The ball of fur looks to be a Samoyed dog? I'm not sure what that is. It barks once, then pants happily. He must only be a few years old, and his ears twitch expectantly as he looks up at you. "Can we keep him?" your pilot asks. Her ears are practically twitching too. A few other pilots have come over to look at what's going on and are now cooing at the dog. "I promise he won't make a fuss. Look at what a good boy he is." She and a few of the other pilots look at you, waiting for your answer. Alright, so he's too cute to leave behind, -10 fatigue, receive dog, or leave the dog. He may belong to someone, and he'll eat up the supplies. We got plenty of supplies. Alright, you can attempt to gain control of the structure by mounting an assault with your squad. It's a camp siege, so I suspect we won't have the option to do the hit and run. Let's just take a second here and see what new items I have. Why did I even bother? Last battle of the night. Dropping in. Command is getting impatient. Let's get this over and done with. 4 contacts. Doesn't look like there's any... Doesn't look like there's any reinforcements. We are surrounded, though. And we do have my favorite music. Okay. Oh, Jesus, that's a medium machine gun. Okay, that's gonna hurt. This side is definitely the clear threat, so... Trying to space it out so I can still manage my heat. That's probably not where I want to be. Okay. So if I want to do that, I gotta really move back. Yeah, mountain to mountain. Well, hill to hill. I don't know why I keep calling them mountains. Good enough for government work. All right, what the hell am I gonna do with this guy? Oh well, yeah. There's 4 other enemies. There's lots that I can do. But before I worry about that, let's think about how I'm gonna. Let's think about how I'm gonna avoid taking damage from some of my aggressors. I mean, one thing excuse me. One thing I'd love to do is just run behind the medium machine gunner and let them get just demolished by their ally. I know I can't do that, so... Okay, so let's say I do that. It's gonna hurt a little bit, but that's why I have a shield. And I do that. Okay, admittedly, I've had better plans than this, but it'll look cool, and that's enough for me. So I want to get, like, I don't want to be even remotely close to whatever that machine gun's gonna be throwing at me. This guy's got a medium handgun. He's pointed at me. Ugh. Sleipnir's really got his work cut out for him. Okay, so let's say we do one of those. They still kind of get to hit me with everything that they want. So what I'm trying to do here with the Sleipnir is I'd love to be able to get, you know, if I'm gonna have to make the move, I'd love to be able to at least get, like, do an aggressive, like an aggressive reply to what they're trying to pull on me. Different height, really? Oh nope, that's fair. Of course, it's different heights now. Ah! All right. Change of plans. I think for this, for my melee unit, I think I'm at the point where I just want to make sure that they don't take damage. I'd love to be, you know, making aggressive moves with them, but that's just not possible. I have absolutely no range. Or sorry, I have plenty of range. I just don't have any place to set up and. Okay, well, I did say that these guys were the threat, so I'm gonna take my sniper and just straight up move them out, and then for the melee unit, so run them through. I don't see anybody getting the attack in, and I'm in a position to be able to hit these guys if they come in aggressively. Honestly, not my best start, but we can work with this. Oh, that guy's already down. Okay, so the 2-second mark, I actually need to get the hell out of there. Because honestly, those machine guns are no joke. It's a medium, so it's not the end of the world, but that is 100% an attack I'm willing to have my unit stay in the background for. Okay. But the good news is, the more they focus on one target, the better off I am in terms of, being able to deliver my own pain. Okay, looks like they do want to party. Oh boy. Okay, so let's say we wait it out just a little bit. I think I just wind up colliding in... Yeah, I don't think that works. Okay, well, there's another way I can handle this. I may not leave completely unscathed, but you get to... Basically, I'm just going to switch around and let the shotgun do the talking. I'm not crazy about crossing the streams, but cool. Okay, so they're apparently completely ignoring the giant shotgun dude that's about to ruin their whole career. Man, they really like that melee unit. Okay, well, we'll ignore that. Instead, we'll just go for the crossfire. Okay, just kind of gets around the corner at the end, but I think I think I'll take the difference on that. This guy's heading up along this line, so that means for my sniper I want to try and move them really quickly to get them... So basically I want the sniper in position right around the time that they start walking forward. So now I get to do a nice hit there. And we can give it a nice melee finale. I was not expecting the hit to come so late. Well, I mean, the one thing for my sniper to do. Once we finish the shot, just gonna head around. I'm gonna go for seconds, but I kind of want to make sure I'm approaching from the right angle. Unbelievable. So I can get in this way, I just can't leave this way. Cool. Works for me. I'll let Foxtrot get a... I think I can only get one set of shots in. Yeah, the rest... Oh, but tell you what. Just wait for the unit to pass. And conveniently, I have enough cooldown time. Alright, that's kind of me trying to get through a mission really quickly, but it worked out. 22nd battle, 563 damage taken, 5,138 inflicted, 50 actions planned, 899 meters traveled, 4 units destroyed, no parts on site, 254 supplies, and a marksman rifle, the MR2 Sharp. Much good may it do us. And in this case, I am going to speed up the salvaging because, God forbid, I not get goodies for my effort. But yeah, I'm sorry to sort of rush through things a little bit at the end, but obviously I am quite late. I'm almost 2 hours past time, and I will be honest, I actually have some work I need to do still. It's going to be a little hard for me to... It's gonna be a little hard for me to get it all done, but I don't know. I'll make it work. Thank you everyone for sharing this with me. I really like this game a lot. I'm obviously very grateful that I was given the opportunity to broadcast it. I'll be honest, like had I bought it, I'm sure I would have streamed it at some point, but this is the challenge, like, when there is an event that I can sort of tie the game to, it's a lot easier for me to broadcast it. And if I don't have something like that, it sometimes becomes kind of hard. It's technically the 15th, I guess. It doesn't matter. It becomes hard, right? Like there's no shortage of games that I am interested in showing on stream, but because they're either a bit old or, because I have these other alternatives in front of me, I don't always do them. And so in this case, I'm really happy that I've been able to sort of see this game in its early stages. It looks great. It plays really well too. I don't know, like I've said, it's been really cool to be part of the Discord and see the progress be made, to see how active the developers are. Obviously, that's not entirely a secret because I was part of the Brace Yourself Discord ahead of time, but it's been really rewarding to just sort of see the game develop, to see the roadmap change, and just to see the game continue to go from strength to strength. So personally, I am really looking. I've been talking about how the Arsenal update is one that I'm really looking forward to. I'm really excited for the fact that before too long we'll start seeing what some of the new weapons variations are. I probably should be a bit careful. I don't want to get the hype up too much because it is still a game. Like there are human beings making this game, and they have time and budgets. Like this is not going to be the thing that cracks the game wide open, but I am really interested in seeing what some new variety inside of the combat scenarios looks like. But as far as the rest of the week is concerned, tomorrow there's another episode of The Elder Scrolls Oblivion. I've been pretty good at giving myself some runway on those, so hopefully there's no interruptions. Wednesday, I'm almost certainly going to be doing Industries of Titan, another wonderful Brace Yourself game by another team. And Friday, I kind of feel like that's become a Hollow Knight day, but I do want to get Everspace 2 done at some point. So maybe a stream on Thursday. We'll see where I'm sitting as far as work is concerned. Hey, Mr. Snurth, thank you very much for the stream. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for sticking around. Yeah, again, for those of you, if you like Crypt of the Necrodancer, if you liked Industries of Titan, if you like Phantom Brigade, please do join the Discord server. It's a cool one. There's really something to be said that, in less than, I guess it was a couple hours, maybe less than an hour, the fact that I mentioned a thing inside of the game, and while I was streaming it, and it got a reply, just kind of gives you an idea of the sort of environment, that it is. And yeah, no, guys, lurking is great. When people break the silence, it's a great chance for me to be able to say thank you for watching. I never want it to be insincere, or I never want it to seem, like something I just say. But the fact of the matter is it is more personal to be able to thank people by name. So I do have a Discord, so I can take a chance. Now, I will admit my own Discord is a bit of a ghost town. I do check it, so if you good folks ever leave me a message there, if you folks reach out, I will reply. But I also know everybody's got a Discord, so I don't feel bad about it. No, I always have to generate an invite link, so that'll take care of it for you, Mr. Snooth. And yeah, I mean, for those of you that do want to keep in touch, please do use the Discord. Like, I'd love to see some more activity, but I also understand that part of that is for me to deal with. But as always, however you want to reach out to me, let me know. For some of you, or for most of you who'd lurk, please know that I never take that for granted. I really appreciate it, and it's nice to see some names inside a chat to be able to thank them individually. But even if I don't say your name, know that it is something that kind of gives me a nice little boost. I'm gonna give you a couple people that you can watch tonight. Normally, it's kind of been traditional that I host Night Valian, and I do like having some variety in terms of what we look at. So I'll shout them out, but I do have a couple of alternatives. Nobody's streaming Phantom Brigade tonight. I do want to try and help build community for that. So sadly, there's nobody I can send along there. But some of you may recall that I did a really delightful bee-themed city builder called Hive Time. And it is made by an Australian game developer named Valiant Cheese. Valiant Cheese is actually somebody who invited me to collaborate on a small game that he made called Supply Chain, which you can play for free on itch. But he is currently working on his next game. It's sort of a Minesweeper style game. He's got a couple of twists that he wants to add to it he's got a couple of twists that I think make it interesting. So for those of you who are interested in game development, he is using the Godot engine. He is a very avid Linux user. And he has worked on some stuff that you've probably played before. He worked on the Full Throttle remaster. I think he worked on Day of the Tentacle as well. He worked on Massive Chalice and Hand of Fate 2, I think, are some of the other ones. So enjoy, or at least good luck for your meeting, Mr. Snooth. I'm just about to hit the raid button. We'll be hitting the raid button on the dramatic moment in the music. Ah! But yeah, I'd love it if you guys would stick around with him. I'm going to stop talking now, but if you want to watch some game development, Cheese is a good man. He also has a bird cam set up, so you get to watch the birds at the feeder in his backyard. So have a good one, guys. Treat Valiant Cheese well. Play some Phantom Brigade, and we'll see you next week, or possibly Wednesday.